Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, businesses require intuitive and user-friendly interfaces to enhance productivity and user experience. Today, we are diving into the dynamic realm of SAP Fiori with BTP. But first, let's break it down. SAP Fiori is a user experience UX framework developed by SAP, designed to simplify and enhance the way users interact with SAP applications. BTP, or Business Technology Platform, provides the foundation for building, extending, and running SAP applications in the cloud. SAP Fiori boosts end-user productivity by up to 25% with its intuitive interface. SAP Fiori with BTP streamlines processes, boosts productivity, and fuels growth. Whether you are a business owner, developer, or end user, mastering Fiori with BTP can be transformative. In this course, we cover all aspects of SAP Fiori with BTP, from basics to advanced techniques. Topics include Fiori app development, BTP service integration, and optimizing the Fiori experience. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. What is cloud computing? 2. Benefits for customer. 3. Global accounts. 4. API management. 5. Cloud connector. Let's dive in.
So we are starting with the introduction to the cloud part of it. So what do you understand by cloud? On-premise, we can create the data and we can try to consume via browser also. Okay, so it does not mean the data or service coming to the browser, even that is the cloud. That's not right. Trade. Okay, basically, okay, how there can be multiple types of clouds. Okay, we are going to discuss on that part. Okay, but basically which is not a physical part of it. Okay, that can be called as a cloud part of it. When you say on premise, it has a physical server. When you can touch it, when you can see it. Okay, maybe every even TCS has multiple geography. Every location might have its own server. Okay, and it have been a couple of physical servers also, centralized servers also. Okay, but those are still physical. But if you create something, okay, I'm now giving specific examples. When you are going to create something on maybe AWS, VMware, right, or maybe GCP, Azure, right, all those VMs are basically cloud based. Anybody tell me what is the difference between cloud native and cloud computing? What is cloud computing? Technical infrastructures delivered from hyperscalers, GCP, Azure, Amazon, and more. Okay, so it is not only all these three. There are many open source are also there who provide the technical infrastructure and on which we can create the VMs. It can provide all this kind of services. We are going to showcase, see the services also. Okay, and all these services are running on a cloud. Okay, and they're also sitting on a cloud deployment. Okay, and it's also on-demand delivery infrastructure, hardware servers, storage, databases, and all kinds of application services via internet. Okay, and so basically all these hyperscalers plus open source are also there, and there are some other providers also in the market. Okay, which allows us to create, gives the space on a cloud. And when it comes to the cloud native, service-based architecture to resolve business requirements, microservices, DevOps, serverless, and many other concepts are applied. And basically, it's a architecture for assembling all the above cloud-based components and optimized for a cloud environment. So here, what we are just trying to derive, the computation is happening on a cloud by its provider. It can be hyperscaler or open source, whatever the provider is. And this is based on the solutioning applications or microservices, what we are delivering, trying to create and deploy it on a cloud, it has to be a flexible enough, okay, to consume the resources and the availability of that service across the environment. So this is not about the service, it's all about the services. Even when we say the application is going to be deployed onto the cloud foundry, and in a nutshell, it is a kind of a service. So even application is a service. Even in order to bring the data from database to application, that is also a service. Database itself is a service, which we are going to see not today, tomorrow, probably in a next session later this week. This is all about the cloud native, solutioning what we are going to have it. Have anybody has worked on a cloud part of it? So basically, whatever applications, the requirement we have it, right? And we build the solutioning around it, we deploy it, and we manage the applications, okay, in a different environments, okay. And when I say different environments, it means, nowadays, there might be a customer, okay, who is, customer client per people, right? Partners who are working from US region, there might be working from Europe region, that might be working from, Asia region, right? So your environment should be flexible enough to deploy it in all the environments, okay? And based on the nearby environment, they can reach out, and the application should be working perfectly fine. So even that latency and everything will be taken care of it. And even the CPU and the memory consumptions based on your applications needs, it should have been flexible part of it. So that would be the added advantage, what we have it. Fine, this is about cloud native again. Okay, so when I compare this with BTP part of it, right? So BTP is also earlier, whenever the BTP journey started, it was only a new environment. Okay, later on they introduced the cloud foundry environment. Okay, and now as part of the open source, they're also just trying to push, and invest more with the Kima environment. Okay, so all this kind of deployment, what we can do, even on the BTP side of it, application microservices concepts, what we can do, and we can expose our services, applications. Earlier with the Neo, that was, we had some limitations, but starting from Cloud Foundry, it is quite open, and Kima will give us much more control over the orchestration part of the deployment part, how we can take it forward. So these are the basic concepts of the cloud native, right? Containerizations. Okay, so we can have a separate applications code, we can have a separate uh, interface, or maybe a service layer, we can have a separate DB layer. Okay, we can put it as a one container, and we can take it forward. Dynamic management of resources, yes, we can manage it out. Okay, so when your applications, right, needs for certain executions, like certain procedures are having more data, or maybe they would like to consume a lot of processing, okay, on large set of data. So in that angle, okay, it will take some time. So even during the CAPM service executions, okay, we can make some kind of configurations, so your Apple services might consume more memory during that time, okay, and they can execute much faster. Okay, microservices. Okay, earlier, okay, I'll simply put in black and white here. Okay, when we say microservices, right? So for each of small functionalities, we can create the service. One microservice can talk to another one. Okay, it can be a reusable also. And if you want to change only one microservice, right? So we can change only that portions. We can test it out, and we can pass it to the next environment. Guys, when I'm saying environment, are you able to follow what is environment? If something is not clear, please feel free to ask. Okay. When I say environment, it means whenever we create something and when we are trying to deploy it, okay, that is that we call it as an environment. Okay, so in which we are it's working. Automation, yes, we can have the automations part of it. We have done fantastic, revolutions probably in last 2 to 3 decades as part of the overall. Okay, I'm not talking about from the only SAP point of view, but earlier what we used to have, when you want to create, customer wants to create a new server. Okay, so there would be any dedicated, site is there, person would be required to create the request, and then they will order all kind of components, right? The server configuration, server details, the CPU, memory, hard disk space, all the kind of connectors, the network connectivity. Okay, the person has to visit the site and has to configure everything once all the parts are available, and then the person will physically integrate everything and it will be taken further. Okay, and turnaround time for that, it was around 15 to 20 working days for one server. And when now, okay, when we try to create a server with any kind of hyperscaler, it might take 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, and your server is ready. Along with the options, you can also select a lot of database options and other things, what you want to have it. You just select everything. Okay, you can click on next, and you can take it forward with all the options, and your server is ready in a couple of minutes to maybe half an hour. Okay, so that is the kind of automations the people have done it, um, okay, over the period of time. And it's a really fantastic journey, when you see it. um, it's not only limited to the server creations part of it. Okay, but if you, okay, let's say you have created one server. Now if you want to change your maybe CPU, or maybe if you want to change your memory, okay, from 16 GB to 32 GB or 64 GB, or maybe 100 GB hard disk space to 200 GB or 500 GB. Okay, in that case, you select it, you click on next. Okay, your server will be restarted, and once it's restarted, you will have your new configurations already in place on the fly. Okay, you can change your CPU, memory, anything you can change in your server. Okay, and even all the options for even application deployment put up first as I'm speaking. Definitely you need to be more careful whatever you are selecting. It might occur some cost to you, so you need to be aware of it. And the associated cost will be charged to the maybe credit card account. Okay, straightforward. Okay, there are various options, and it's not about only as a pay as you go. Other options are also there uh, to charge from hyperscalers. Okay, and for BTP part of it, we are going to see in later part of it. Okay. And the next part of it is orchestration. So when we say orchestrations, okay, how do you manage your applications in which region? How would you have define the governance of your applications overall? That's all about orchestrations. So even the hyperscalers and the BTP provides the options for the orchestrations. So and calculations, okay, and single package, it makes it easy to test and more deploying. Okay, this is what we already covered part of it. I don't want to go into the detail of it. This is about dedicated servers. So when even it comes to the cloud, right, we can have the dedicated servers which provides a high performance and greater control over the resources, but it can be costly, right? Even if you are not using, you need to pay it, and you can take it forward. Virtualization is the technology that allows multiple VMs to run on a single physical server. Okay, so each VMs operates independently. Resources are divided among them. Okay, and virtualization helps optimize the hardware utilization. So you can have one physical single server, okay, on which you are running multiple machines. You can add the CPUs, RAMs, right? And if you would like to distribute among, virtual machines, or if you want to add the virtual machines and then distribute among themselves, that is perfectly fine. So the infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Okay, so that is the same examples probably what I already gave to you. Okay, that we have the infrastructure. Okay, when you say infrastructure, it means the CPU, memory, right, and storage part of it, networking, all this part of it, we can have it as a service. So all these hyperscalers provides IaaSs. Okay, you can create the VMs, storage, networking. Okay, and you can distribute. You can change the resources, and you can go further. And you do not need to physical hardware. Maybe I would not use the physical hardware over here anyway, because physical is already there. You do not need somebody to manage it out. The applications manage all the hardware, okay, as a service part of it. You don't need somebody to send it over there to validate it or to set up something. It's not required. Okay. Container as a container platform as a service. Okay. So when we say, okay, both are different. Okay. Platform as a service, it's a different. All the hyperscalers provides a platform, okay, on which there are a lot of services are there, which you can subscribe it and which you can take it forward into the platform as a service. Okay. And the container as a service, it's a bit different concept. So okay, so when we say container as a service, it means your applications, right, has been deployed as a container part of it, and it's been flexible enough to scaling by itself. Serverless computing, okay, also known as function as a service, allows the developers to write and deploy individual functions and code snippets without managing the underlying infrastructure. Okay, if your code or function is taking high memory or CPU utilizations, okay, the code, the serverless computing will take care of it. Okay, and the cloud provider handles the scaling of the execution of these functions by itself. That is a very good advantage what we have it. Okay, and even these hyperscalers, charge. Okay, there are various levels of types of it. One of the type is, okay, you can deploy your application in a flexible manner. Okay, and you do not need to define memory cost and the CPU cost of it based on the executions and the consumptions at the runtime of your functions and the services. Okay, it will derive the costing part of it. Okay, so that is also there. Let's say if you already define that your application will work in a 8 GB RAM. Okay, and by chance some high procedures are taking long time. Okay, in that case the procedure will take long time. Okay, if you have more data. But let's say if you are running, okay, the serverless part of it, and if it's been flexible, then even if, okay, if your initial configurations might be 8 GB, okay, by default. Okay, but sometimes, okay, if it is taking more, then even the 16 GB or 32 GB it can consume at the runtime. Okay, it will charge accordingly. So it is really been flexible part of it. Okay, and the software as a service, the cloud service delivers software applications over the internet, and users can use it. Whatever the new applications what we are seeing nowadays, right, the Netflix and everything, all these are the software as a service. It will be available, and we can try to use it. These are the details part of it and the benefits part of it. Okay, I don't think we need to go much detail on this part. So if you can see, right, see all these options. This is what I was looking for. Hmm. See, if I need to select the CPUs, RAM, temporary storage. Okay, it's not a hard disk space. Okay, it's a temporary storage what we are having. Okay, so for each one, right, it's everything, all the infrastructure related components. are available. I can select it. Okay, the cost would vary, and if you see the per hour cost, okay, it will vary. Okay, and there are different types of payment options, but currently I'm not interested in that one. Okay, if you see hard disk, okay, what kind of bandwidth you are looking for, so all these options are available, and you really do not need to worry about any kind of physical device buying or anything. Okay, this is the configurations. Whatever you are going to select, we are going to select it over here. It is going be with this combinations, with this configurations, it is going to create a new virtual machine on some kind of physical system. Okay, but we are talking about the virtual machines. It is on virtual. And okay, if you see here, okay, the good part is, let me also region. Okay, so in this regions, okay, you can create your virtual machines. So it is really been flexible. Okay, and you do not need to worry about any kind of governance. Okay, if you we need to create any kind of server in maybe US, you need to have a need to be collaborations with some kind of US partners to have the server created over there. But here we don't need to worry about anything. Everything is available as part of service. Okay, when you select the region, when you select everything, okay, with the same kind of configuration, the server will be available. Okay, in your region, on your selected region. Okay, so whatever the infrastructure we are talking about, all this infrastructure, okay, everything, the regions, OS, okay, here we don't have options for, okay, SQL option, SQL server option is there, but even for sometimes Oracle database or even some other things are which other hyperscalers offer, right, it is not there. So even the GPUs, right, CPU part of it, okay. See, CPUs, okay, we have less options here, but even the various different types of CPUs, what kind of CPUs and how many types of CPUs, right? This is actually third part of it, which we need to have it in order to consume it. Okay. So whenever we talk about the infrastructure as a service, this is the exact examples. Okay, all this infrastructure are available as part of service. You just select it and you click on next. Your VM will be created with this kind of configurations, and it is ready to serve you on the fly. So yeah, we do not talk about um, physical physical server. All it's virtual only. The naming could be different as based on the hyperscaler. It might differ slightly. Nothing else. What is the next part? What is PASS? PAS. What is PASAS? SAP BTP. Hmm? Yeah. And then we have a GCP, right? AWS. So these platforms enables us all this kind of various services. Platform as a service, so platform enables all these kind of services by which we can take our activities together based on a requirement. What is SaaS? Software, right? We build and we put it on a cloud, right? And those softwares are available as a part of some kind of API or service. All those softwares are software as a service. Simple. Okay, so when you talk about the Amazon Prime, Netflix, Amazon shopping cart, okay, all these applications are software as a service. Basically, whatever you have it in your Android or iOS, okay, all are software as a service.
So we have, see, your IS and PAS and SAS are the different ways your arrangement is there. So when you said Google, so where you talking about the Google Cloud? Because your Google Cloud is a platform as a service where you can develop the services. And what actually you have is a Gmail, which is a software. Basically, your email exchange. What you have is a drive, which is for a cloud storage. So that becomes infrastructure, a platform, as well as a service. So for your Google, which is a real-time example which you see, it carries all the features that you have. When you say it as a Gmail, right? So
Right.
is a software for you, because you are what you are doing. You're basically using it, right? So it's a kind of a software, but where it is hosted. So it's an infrastructure at the back end. So it's a Google engine, that's where it is hosted, right? And a Google
Correct.
Cloud is a platform for you. So your Google is a kind of example where you will be able to see all the features of your computing as a IS, PaaS, and SaaS. Is the example okay with everyone? Understanding that IS is discussing about the infrastructure. Even for your AWS, in your AWS, you have buckets. Even you have AWS as a storage, right? Even with the AWS, you can develop applications also. So depending on to the categories where you are utilizing your services, it will bifurcate further. So that's how you have to identify whether it is a service, whether it is a software, or whether it is helping you with the infrastructure need of your cloud native. So that's where everything will get distributed. In terms of your containerization, we talk about the Docker as a service, where, for example, if you go with your banking, right? Sometimes they say that your link failure is a kind of a physical banking. When you go and visit your branches, they say that the link is not working. That time, your applications are not containerized. What I mean by containerization, it's a replica of the systems that are existing onto the cloud without disturbing the need. Okay, for example, let's say I have a portal of a ICICI bank. For you, okay, for you as a ICICI bank customer, you're visiting a branch. So how many people are taking your request when you are in a queue? How many people are taking your request? The banker who is in front of you is only taking a request, right? So it is a one way request that you give and a one way response that a banker will give, right? So on you, till the person in front of you doesn't get his request served, you have to be in a queue, right? That's the one scenario. The other case is you and your friend are having a internet banking and you are accessing the same ICICI bank portal, but how many requests will be made at a time? There would be two requests that are going, yours and your friends, right? So
Yes.
that time, how many responses you will get? You will get two responses, one for you and one for your friend. But how they will be? They will be specific to your account. One will be specific to your friend. So that time, what ICICI has done is it has containerized the data. So that is the containerization concept where you have your own specific details without having to wait in a queue. Along with that, your response time is minimized. So that's the concept of your containerization.
So when you have a lot of containers, right? So when you want to, you know, how are you going to, the governance of those containers? Let's say we have some kind of new request is coming in which for which we have to change the code, right? So we need to stop that container, okay, and then probably we need to change the code and then we need to take it forward. But in the production we cannot do that, right? So on the fly, what we need to do, we need to have a proper governance for each of the containers because whatever, let's say we just showcase the micro Azure services, right? We have a lot of services, and for each of the services we will have a lot of different the sub levels of different microservices we are going to have it. So for that, there will be a different governance around those containers to maintain it out. That is where this is going to be leveraged.
So now we have just completed the agenda for the first half. Now, what would be the reason we are going on to the cloud or something like that? What could be the pros and cons for that? Now, when you say cloud computing, and there was a discussion about the cloud native. Now, are these two things different or are they a part of the cloud? What could be the reason that we are moving on to the cloud security? Any other feature? Okay, one is the money that is involved. That is true. Any other pointers? Support in terms of what? The application support, the infrastructure support. or the
Cost
customer
improvement.
satisfaction that you're getting when you're going with the cloud? What kind of support? Storage space. But see, whenever we are going with the cloud, even though there would be a cost that will be incurred, because cloud is something which is stored onto the remote side, right? So right now what I'll do is we will just go with the discussion of the IS, PaaS and SaaS. Okay, the pros and cons of the things that we will discuss. But along with that, let me be clear onto this pointer that the IS, PaaS and SaaS, these are the terminologies which come from CNCF. Now, what is CNCF stands for? Cloud Foundry is, by the way, a runtime, okay, we know,
Oh,
which we are going to discuss into the further classes because it
mhm.
is a part of our training as well. So when we go on to the next session, we will have a deep dive session onto what is Cloud Foundry. But as of now, help me with what is CNCF. So CNCF stands for Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Okay, when you go in terms of any kind of a web world, we have W3 consortium, which will deals with the real rules and regulations, what should be applicable onto the web. Just like when we are dealing with any kind of a cloud native and computing. Okay, I am talking these terms in a one go. So the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, this is basically a open source vendor, uh, when not owned by any kind of a vendor. So everyone is able to contribute to this foundation. It is kind of a open source. Okay. So when you say that you are going to deal with the SAP, so SAP, is SAP an open source or is it a proprietary software? What is SAP? Is it a proprietary product of SAP AG or is it a open source software? It's not open source. So who owns SAP as a software? SAP AG owns it. Okay. So there are a lot of things that will come. But now SAP has started moving on to the cloud native as well as open source platform because of the flexibility that it is offering it. Okay. So now I'll be sharing my screen. Just let me know if it is visible for you. Now choosing what is right for you. Now, is it necessary that if I just say that today I want to, my customer is there. Okay, let's say my customer is saying that I want to have S4 HANA system. So how would you suggest that I want to go with S4 HANA? Now in S4 HANA, is it just the SAP S4 HANA cloud, SAP S4 HANA public cloud, or SAP S4 HANA private cloud, or on premise? What is that you are going to suggest? How will you discuss this? Or how would you say that, whenever a customer comes to you, he is saying that I need a software that will work, that will have a very good response time. There are certain other databases that I need to have. I need to have a large storage. Okay, so considering all those points, first we have to discuss what is the computing, right? Computing in terms of the data that we want to consume, computing in terms of the response time which we want to give, computing in times of how the customer or the end user will be able to access it. Now for example, if the end user has to access it, what we need a good interface, right? So that it is easy to use. So when we are dealing with easy to use softwares, SAP has come up with the user interface. What we call that interface? SAP has come up with one interface, right? That is easy to use for the end user without going on to any kind of trainings or something. SAP has come up with a user interface. What is that user interface? We discussed about OData. So how is OData related to SAP? We have Fiori as an interface, right? We have Fiori as an interface which will help you with the good designs. Now,
Right.
when I say about the databases, I need lakhs of data records, but the response time which I need should be less. So, what is the database that I'm going to use? For example, if I say I have a ABAP systems as a technical stack of ABAP, and I have a stack of HANA DB. So which one is the faster? Okay, how do you say that HANA DB is a faster? We can have it onto the directly table level, right? That means it is faster. We have one more in-memory feature of HANA, which is making it more, which is adding an advantages to the ABAP stack, right? So all these features which we are having, it is somehow related to the IS, PAS, and SAS. Okay, we will be sharing this PPTs along with you. Please go through this. Okay, but what today I want to discuss is about your this one. Okay, now we are going with the BTP cockpit. Okay, now when I say BTP, now what is BTP stands for? You're able to see the SAP BTP cockpit, right? Now what does the BTP stands for? So it is a part of what computing? It's a platform as a service. Now when I say it's a platform, now is it a multi-language platform, or it will say that, okay, in terms of your generic platform, if I say I want to go to the station and board some train from a platform, now will the platform say that I will provide only one train? Will it say only one train? No, it's a multiple trains that are available on one platform. Similarly, your platform, your BTP platform is a kind of an environment which is giving you multiple services. It is giving you infrastructure. It is giving you many other softwares. Okay, now when we say it's a cockpit is a central entry point for you to launch the BTP platform. Okay, now there are two types of platform depending on to the agreement that you have with your SAP. For example, you as a um, customer, okay, now every customer will go to SAP and then they will buy some kind of a services, right, in order to make the softwares, or let's say they want to maintain some kind of a data. So depending on to the agreement that you have, BTP provides you the services, okay, in terms of your data, in terms of your software development, and in terms of your regions. Okay, now if you look at this, okay, this is a provider, this is a region, and this is an environment. Now look at this URL. What is this? This is a URL which says that it is not a trial one, but when we are going with the trainings, we would like you to go with the trial one. Okay, and if you have the S users, do you have S users with you? If you have S users, you can let us know, or if you don't have, that is also still fine with us. Time specific as in? Oh, client specific. Okay, if that is the case, we would be suggesting you to go with your trial ones, because we are going to explore this. Okay, and we don't want you to have any kind of additional costing or any kind of billing, because it is a client, and I'm sure there would be some kind of a billing that is generating onto the backend, which we don't want to disturb. So what we are going to do is we will go with the trial ones. Okay, trial is basically for your exploration, it is for your learning purposes, it is for understanding what is available into the BTP cockpit. So first things first, there would be a infrastructure that would be available. It's not exactly an infrastructure, it is a kind of a arrangement that you would have into your BTP cockpit. So whenever you want to go with your BTP cockpit, what you have to do is you have to just mention SAP BTP cockpit if your client has given you some kind of a URL. Okay, because when you go with your BTP cockpits, there are two things that will happen. You will be restricted to each of the services depending on to the roles that you are having. For example, if you are an admin, you will be given some administrative roles. If you are a technical developer, you will be given some technical roles. Okay, so depending on to the role that you are specifically having into that particular organization, or if you are someone who is given the rights for the distribution of the roles, you might not be the admin, but you might be the right person who will give the accesses. Okay, so depending on to the different kind of arrangement of role, you will be having that kind of rights for the distribution of your accesses. Okay, so now depending on to all those features, what you will have once you log into your BTP cockpit, you will have an account explorer, and you will have this kind of a global account. Okay, now what does the global account represents? It is a kind of a arrangement on to which SAP has agreed to your organization. Now, when you go with your global accounts also, there are different purchase way. For example, there's a pay as you go. Okay. For example, if you are going with your pay as you go model, what could be the pay as you go model? Let's consider it as your, that is one of the way. When you go with your real-time examples, what could be the example of your pay as you go? That is the case. Okay, just stay. I'm sure that everyone is using different kind of mobiles. So, what is the provider? For example, let's say Vodafone is a kind of a provider for me as a service. So, what I have, for example, I have a prepaid phone. So, for a month, I want to use certain services. I am paying for it. Now, later, if my resources which I have paid for, even if it is used, if it is unutilized also, the provider does not take the responsibility. Okay, because it is up to me. Once I have paid it, how to use it within that particular limit is my thing. Okay, so that is pay as you go. Now let's say I have a subscription model. So you say that you have a Amazon Prime subscription, you have a Netflix subscription. Now, are you paying beforehand for that kind of a subscription? And what is the duration that is available for you? It's a subscription model. Similarly, the services that you have subscribed to, okay, the services that you have subscribed to, that is where you are allowed to use those only. So that is a subscription one. Okay, and there is a CPEA one. Now, if you want to go with the CPEA one, that is a corporate agreement that you have. For example, there are 10 services that are available. I want to utilize 5 out of it. So I'll be using 5 out of it. The bill will be generated for me, and that's how I'll be getting invoice. Okay, the invoicing system is there for me. But in case if I want to have 10 out of 10 services, but I have used, for example, let's say I have 10, and every time use 1 2 1 2 like that, but the rest of them are not utilized. Still, if I have touched them at least once in a while, still the bill will be getting generated. That is where I have asked you not to use your corporate accounts or your client accounts, because if you subscribe any kind of a service, the client will get the billing for that. So at this point, we are not advising you to go with your client accounts. For the exploration, we will go with your normal accounts only, the trial accounts. Okay, depending on to the URLs, you will be able to identify you are into which space. Okay, whether are you into your trial space, or whether are you into your corporate spaces or your client spaces. This is one of the example that you have for your procured one. It is an enterprise one. Okay, now in case if you're, let's say your client has some kind of a ABC as a domain, so they can even change it like abc.com, something like that. That is onto the admin, that he will take care of that thing. Okay, now this is called as a sub account. Okay, now in each of your sub accounts, you will have one provider, one region, and one environment. Now, provider is a kind of a hyperscaler. For example, let's say I have to utilize Amazon Web Services, so my provider becomes Amazon. Okay. Now, in case I am on to a different region, let's say, for example, I am on to your Singapore region, but my provider doesn't provide a service for that particular region. So I have to look which service provider is available. So it might be the case that I have Azure as available. Okay. There might be a possibility there is another hyperscaler that is available. Now, what is a hyperscaler? What is a hyperscaler? Have you heard of this term earlier? If you have heard, that is okay. If you have not heard also, it is okay. I'm sure you would have heard it, even though you have not heard of the term hyperscalers, but the providers you have heard of. Have you heard of a Microsoft Azure? Have you heard of a Google Cloud platform? Now, hyperscaler is a type of a large scale data center that offers massive computing sources. Okay, in terms of your cloud platform. So AWS is one kind of a hyperscaler. Now, is it necessary that your hyperscalers are present into the same location as the location that you are accessing it from? Is it necessary that the provider, for example, AWS is a provider for me. Now, is it necessary that it is hosted because I'm using it from India? Is it necessary that Amazon is located as a physical data center in India? No, it's not, right? Even for your GCP, if I say I am today accessing google.com, so that provider as a Google GCP is hosted somewhere, but I as an individual will be able to access that data center. Now, here data centers means the place where your data resides. Okay. So there are a lot of hyperscalers that SAP is providing you. It is GCP, it is AWS, it is Alibaba, and there are few more. Okay. So where will you be able to find those hyperscalers? Where will you be able to find those regions? We will discuss it. Okay, but not right now. Now, each of your global account, okay, let's assume this global account is a kind of a enterprise for me. So now, in your organization, are you the only employee? Are you the only employee? No, right? So global account is a kind of a account where you will have each of your sub accounts. Here you will have multiple sub accounts. Okay, this is the one kind of a sub account. There could be many sub account. Now look at this. What is it saying? It is saying all regions. Okay, now US East, I have Amazon, but when you go with your trial, you'll be able to see few more. Okay, so now in each of your global account, you have 1:many. 1:n is the ratio where your global account is one, and inside your global account you will have multiple sub accounts. Okay, now if I click on to your sub account, even for this provider, you look at the region, it is hosted, the AWS which is there, the data center resides in the region which is a US East. Okay, so for me, even though the provider is AWS, it is into the region US, and where I am accessing it, I am accessing it from a India location. So it is irrespective of where you are accessing it and what kind of an environment it is. It is a multi environment. Okay, now when I say it's a multi environment, what could be a multi environment? What could be a multiple multi environment? Because I heard someone saying that they have a little bit of exploring towards the CAPM services. So that is why I'm asking this question. What is a multi environment? What is a multi environment? So there are four types of environments that you have depending on to the feature set A and feature set B. We said that the cloud foundry we will discuss. So it is a kind of an environment. Environment is a kind of a runtime that is available for your compiling, for your processing of your applications that you're going to create. Okay, so for me this is a multi environment. So for me there is a cloud foundry, there is a Kima, there is a ABAP as a runtime, and there is a Neo as a runtime. Okay, so Neo being obsolete, we are just remaining with the three, that is cloud foundry, one is a Kima, and one is your ABAP runtime. Okay, so when I click on to this is basically a sub account. Whenever a sub account is given to you, your sub account will have your entitlements. Okay, it will have your environments. See, there are a lot of entitlements. Entitlement refers to the services that you are entitled to. Basically, you are allowed to. Even if you don't subscribe to this, what you can do is you can go to your accounts which you have for your client. just explore this area. Okay, now we have the services section. We have a service marketplace. Okay, now for example, if I click onto the service marketplace, it will tell me what are the services that are available. Okay, now depending on to the service marketplace, we have three things, 3 to 4 things. Whether I want to go with application development and automation, whether I want to deal with the data and analytics. Now when I say application development and automation, so what could be the area? It could be related to when I want to develop the CAP applications, whether I want to develop a UI5 applications, whether I want to develop the ABAP applications on cloud. So that is the application development. For example, if I want to bring a AI, so that is a part of your automation. If I want to bring RPA, so that time I can have automation. Now I want to deal with the data and analytics. For example, I want to code, or let's say I want to use a SAP analytics. I want to use the queries from your HANA DB, right? So that time the analytics comes in picture. Okay, now the foundation and the cross services. I'll check this part because I've not explored that area. The integration. Now, when I say integration, for is it necessary that everything that you need in your SAP world is present in one system? Is it necessary? For example, today you want to use let's say any kind of a document management system which your client is already having. Now they don't want to have an extra cost for using SAP's document management system. So we have a provision of integrating a third party documentation. For example, let's say M files. Okay, M files is a kind of a portal where you can store the documents required for you. SAP also provides a document management system, but client has already paid for the M files subscription, procurement, or whatever things are required. So what SAP has the third party softwares into our existing BTP. So we will be able to deal with the integration. Okay, so that is what your service marketplace tells you, or whether what type of a service, application, or environment. Now, if I go with the environment, this is having a Cloud Foundry runtime. This is a runtime. Okay, now what kind of a runtime it is? It is a cloud native application delivery runtime. Okay, we have one more. When you go with the trial, there is one more option that you have. Okay, now even we can see the status active or whether we want to go with the inactive. Okay, inactive. Now some of these services which SAP keeps on adding, what will they do? They will upgrade it with the latest ones. So the even the name change could be there. There could be the service deprecation also. So they have this provision also. Now you see this deprecated. Now instead of this, they have this audit log management service. They have deprecated this. There might be a possibility that this is one with the more features. So they deprecated this and they bought new features in place for this. Okay. Now they have the instances and subscription. Now when we say the instances and subscription, okay, so what is there for us? Okay, now there are a lot of things that we have. Web access for ABAP. Now what is a plan? The default plan. Integration suite, we have business process automation, we have business application studio. We would be mainly dealing with the business application studio, but some of the services we are going to explore as a part of your understanding how the system is working. Okay, so we have instances also. Sometimes we might not have the correct rules, so what will happen? The creation will fail. Everything that you have into your SAP BTP is a service. Okay, everything that you have into your SAP is a service. So most of the time you will be seeing SAS. We have environment, we have just one environment for us. Okay, even if you see what is a Cloud Foundry. Now when we go with the application development, I'll tell you what are these. Even the connectivity deals with the on premise as well as your on cloud. Okay, so cloud to cloud connectivity, on-prem to cloud connectivity is taken care over here. When we discussed about your security features, so the rules and the trust management and the users who are allowed will be over here. Okay, the entitlements is a kind of a area that is allowed to see like what is available for you, how much you can utilize, and what needs to be changed if there is no availability of entitlements for you. The usage analytics will tell us what are the services that you have opted for and how much you have utilized for. It is a graphical representation as well as the device representation. Okay, so this is just the introduction to your SAP BTP cockpit. Till here, is it clear for everyone?
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using SAP Fiori and BTP? Option A, reduced development time and costs. Option B, improved security and compliance. Option C, faster deployment of applications. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP Fiori with BTP course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Fiori, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply planning and logistics. From ensuring sufficient product availability to smooth transportation, we've got you covered. From the basics to advanced techniques, our course has it all. Crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to guide you every step of the way and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP Fiori with BTP. Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Cloud native, as the term speaks, right? It is pretty straightforward. Cloud native, okay. So whatever services and applications which we have built to run in a cloud, so that it can be a scalable, it can be a flexible. Okay, so it's a kind of a development approach what we are trying to leverage, keeping in mind while developing any kind of applications or services that it is going to be cloud specific, nothing else. Not only applications, okay, we can also put it them services also, microservices also. Okay. So whatever we are doing in a cloud, right? Yeah, whatever we are building for it, that's what we are just trying to keep in mind. What is IaaS? When we say IaaS, right, we need to keep in mind that it's we are talking about the infrastructure. When we talk about the infrastructure, we are talking about the kind of a physical, server system, something like that, right? So basically, when we deep dive further, it is kind of a CPU RAM. So yesterday we took an example of virtual machines. So infrastructure, okay, whether it's any kind of server related, when we say when we say virtual machines, when we say kind of a even in order to see SQL server is there, right? Okay. We have a lot of different kinds of servers, okay, which can be run on cloud, right? And it can be used, just subscribe it. It is available. It does not have any kind of physical systems in which it has been installed, but it is running on some kind of virtual system. And all these are infrastructure as a service. So guys, see, we understood about little bit on cloud, but what was the need for SAP to come to the to the cloud, right? SAP is dealing with the ERP. You guys know what is ERP by now, okay? And what was the need for SAPs to come to this market, and why it is important for them? If we start with this kind of thoughts, it would be easy for you to grab all entire portions very easily. What was the requirement? Why? Let's please make it interactive, right? It would be easy for us also to explain better way. So at least we can understand what you can think about it. See, SAP started this journey pretty late. Okay, they realized that the technology is moving very fast and SAP has missed the bus, a lot of bus. In 2012, 13 period, maybe 13, 14 period, they started with the uh, HANA Cloud platform. Okay, the idea of that one, the offer is the HANA would be made available. HANA would be available, and at the same time, you can also create the Fiori application. They started with the 8 Fiori applications, okay, and gradually they expanded it. Since HANA Cloud Platform, there was only one environment was available, a Neo environment, which was the SAP's proprietary, okay, and you can also only design applications and put it on it, okay. It was not allowing the open source any kind of technology. So since then, right, the first release came with the 8 Fiori applications. Most of is related to approval workflow, leave approval, okay, something like that, okay. And gradually SAP expanded it to multiple Fiori applications, okay. Then they realized the power of open source, okay, and then they come up with the Cloud Foundry. SAP is also changed the names, okay, HANA Cloud Platform to SAP Cloud Platform. It was there for a couple of time, and later on, probably 2 to 3 years back, they renamed again to the SAP BTP, okay, and they keep introducing more and more services to the cloud, okay. What was the need of it? See, when you have on-premise systems for each and everything, okay, you have to you literally have to install separate components, okay, in each of the systems to make it available. Let's say if you have 3 environments or 4 environments, right? Sandbox, probably we have it. Dev, definitely stay quality, sometime pre-prod and then prod, okay. So pre-prod, it's not available everywhere, but yeah, dev stage and prod is available in most of the landscapes. Okay. For each of the environment, for each of the systems, they need to install all these kind of add-ons manually, right? So there were a lot of infrastructure related efforts are going. Okay. If they have something like uh, cloud, right, where they can publish all the softwares, it means the solutioning, okay, as a part of services. In that case, it would be really easy for partners also to maintain it, customers also to maintain it, and even for SAP also it would be easy for them to maintain it, okay, for any kind of upgrades, patches. And even there are a lot of OSS nodes also they can release on the fly as it is on cloud, and it would be very easy. So SAP itself has understood the power of cloud, okay, and they realized that if they pass on this, power and the features of benefits of clouds to the customer, even the customer would be very happy, okay. At the same time, the cost associated to that one, even that can be bring down to a significant margin. That is the reason SAP has come up, jump into this market. Okay. Currently, can anybody tell me how many services are there in SAP BTP? What are the SAP's current offering? We have it in general. Can anybody guess the number? I'm asking for guessing only. Okay, don't worry. 3 or 4 services. Okay. Does can anybody else would like to try it out? Any more guessing? That is just about guessing. Okay, you don't have to be perfect. 4 to 100, it's a big jump. Okay, that's good one. This is the number of services which SAP BTP provides. Okay, and this is a portal which is up and running. Okay, so sometimes you might feel there are 90 services, there are 97 services. If you see, all these services are recently introduced. Okay, and if you notice here, there are so many services. Okay, I don't see it over here. It's going to be retired. say retiring soon. Okay, so even SAP keeps increasing the number of services and they keep retiring the existing services also. Okay, so this number is not stagnant, it's not fixed one. Okay, it keeps changing. Maybe if you log in tomorrow, number might be different, but currently we have 92 services, and this is a very good portal what we have, what SAP has created it. Okay, and I will walk you through that one. So here we can see all the services. Okay, let me go to the one of the service. Maybe you guys are comfortable with ABAP, so I'll go with the ABAP service. Okay, this services has to be enabled inside the BTP. Okay, and this is slightly different than ABAP on cloud. ABAP on HANA. Okay, and in this one we can we can do the coding inside the BTP side of it, and that coding it could be in a ABAP itself. Okay, coding style and the framework would be a bit different. It would be easy to understand it. Okay, all the tools are provided over here. Okay, tools, resources, tutorials. Okay, and these are certificates related to this service. Okay, what is the pricing of it, related missions we have it. Okay, so step by step you can click on it, you can complete the mission and you can understand how things can be taken further. What is the roadmap? Okay, so in this particular service, whatever the new innovations are going to be happening or whatever the new features are going to be added, okay, in the coming quarters, that is going to be listed here. Okay, and this might change without any notice. Okay, so it is a tentative list, but SAP is working on it. This is what they are telling us. Okay, and these are the customer stories. So these are the customers are using this service currently. Okay, so if we go step by step, okay, in overview, all kind of resources, links, tutorials, blogs. No, not blogs, but official documentation. It will be available. Okay, this is the interesting part. When you want to enable this service, there will be some associated cost, for this service, which we need to pay. And when I say we, okay, when TCS is buying this service, okay, for internal purpose, then TCS has to pay to SAP. And when TCS is buying this service probably for the customer, then customer will pay whatever the costing for to the SAP itself. So this costing will go to SAP. Okay, so because SAP is managing and created this service for us to use it. There are different kinds of models are available. Pay as you go, so it is kind of it's kind of a postpaid. Okay, that you can use it, and whatever bill is getting charged based on the consumptions, okay, you will be getting paid. It is an enterprise agreement between your company and with the SAP. Okay, so it would cost a bit differently. So, and when we talk about this one, CPEA, available regions, all these regions it is available. Okay, when you say pay as you go, the regions are, I think, it is less. Okay, Frankfurt is there. Okay, this is missing, I think. Yeah, okay, regions are less. Okay, and when you go to trial account, it is only available in one region. Okay, and even one provider. So AWS is the provider in which this is the region US East. Okay, only in that one region this service is available as part of trial one. Now the best part is when I click on this, it will take some time. Okay, so it will show you the graphical view where service is available. US East, Canada, US West, right? So all these regions, okay, the service is available. Show you one more service for a better understanding purpose. Okay, so can you see? So here, this dot is showing it's a GCP, okay, and the other dots are showing AWS and Microsoft Azure. So that is how they have bifurcated it. What service provider in which region it is trying to provide the service can be available, made available. And this is really important, okay, and we'll showcase you why it is important. Okay. Let's go to the costing of it, because the costing for this is maybe straightforward. So this particular SAP BAS, okay, it is based on the number of users. For each users, okay, the cost per month is 31 euro. Okay. So that is straightforward. When we come to, now I'm going to showcase you another one. See, so BTP ABAP environment. Okay, it is the environment in which we do the coding. Okay, and where whatever code we do, right, that has to have some kind of memory, right? So this talks about hours of persistent memory in the block of 16 blocks, 16 GB blocks. Okay, and hours of runtime memory. So when we do the coding, okay, the code will be stored somewhere, and whenever the code is getting executed, right, even that is associated, some kind of cost is available, and it's hourly prices. Okay, so for hourly, okay, it's a 0.5, and here is the euro, 1.9 euros is available. Okay. So when you read detail, maybe we can get more clarity. Okay, and this is even straight, kind of a straightforward. Now comes with the difficult part of it. If we need to subscribe the service for SAP HANA Cloud, store, process, and federate data in a cloud infrastructure, basically it's a database. And when we read it out, it's a capacity units. Okay. And for one capacity units, price is 0.75. But what is capacity units? Are the number of units consumed by the usage of the service as outlined in a solution specific product supplement. Now comes to the different part of it. Okay. See, we have Azure hyperscalers. Okay. We have a data HANA database and data lake. Okay. We need a manual, small, medium, and large. Let me take a small one. Okay. So when I click on it, what is hot? Hot means 50% of memory used for hot data. Warm to hot ratio is 2.1%. Okay. So these are the GBs what we have it. And based on this, it will calculate the computing power, memory, storage, backup storage, data transfer, and then the computing units are being calculated. In order to bring the final price for SAP HANA Cloud, how much it is going to cost, we also need to understand all these parameters in a proper way. We can fine tune it and we can present it to the customer, so that customer can understand how many capacity units are going to be consumed, and what would be the associated cost for them. If it is a 4,000 capacity units, it means 3,000 euro per month they are going to be charged. That is the complexity is involved for calculating simple calculations of what would be the monthly cost for running the HANA database in a cloud. All these are flexible. I can put manual, I can put small, I can put medium. Okay, even after putting medium, I can change it. And okay, let me showcase you. Okay, currently it's a small one. Okay, the capacity is 3690. Okay, I'm just changing. Okay, my capacity units are changed. So for each of the parameter based on your client data and uh, whatever the database size overall what we have, whatever the number of procedures are going to be executed, based on that we need to understand, and we can select the all these options. And if data is high, definitely we need to select medium or large. Okay, and then we also need to understand certain processes may take long time to complete the execution part of it. Okay, the runtime execution of procedures. Yeah. Okay, and the functions. Okay, in that case we also need more computing power. If you need more computing power, right, so see, automatically memory and storage, it's also getting impacted. Okay, so we can fine tune this parameter based on the client needs, okay, and we can propose the costing to the customer. So in order to have it, we also need to understand what is the client existing landscape, what is the database size they are having, what is the number of functions, procedures, whatever things they are running inside their existing HANA database systems, okay, or maybe non-HANA database systems. Okay, based on that, we can just try to propose it to them. We can fine tune this parameter, and once we fine tune this parameter, we can get the capacity units, and based on that, we can derive the monthly cost for the SAP HANA Cloud service. Fine, I'll move to the next part of it. What is SAP's industry cloud, right? So SAP BTP is the technical foundation for intelligent speed and intelligent cloud, which supports the comprehensive business process inside the enterprise and beyond the capability of business network to connect to customer supplies and service partners. Let's come to here. Database is available, okay, as part of BTP. If you want to create some kind of PDF based on the data what we have available, okay, we can also create the PDF Adobe service. We don't have to be dependent on the smart forms or Adobe forms. Adobe forms service, it's been created inside the BTP. We can subscribe the service, we can design the forms, we can bind the data, and the forms we can create it, right? Coming back to, even if you want to build any kind of robotic process automation or maybe automation bot, okay, even that the service is available. It was a SAP acquired this maybe in 2019, I guess, 2018 or 19. Okay, context the name was that it was renamed to IRP. IRP again renamed to SAP Build Process Automation. Okay, so here we can create the bots. Okay, and we can deploy it over here. Even this service is available as part of the BTP. So even if you want to create some kind of bots, you do not have to create or um, install any kind of new components on any of the servers. This service is available, you can try to leverage. And even this service is by default coming up with a lots of pre-built content. Okay, so you know if it is about the standard execution of the bot, okay, and the client is using the standard process, the bot is already ready. Okay, and you just try plug and play with the existing bots. And if the functionality is not meeting, you can extend the bots or you can also create the new bots. Okay, even the integration suite, when we talk about the integration suite, entire SAP CPI, all these features and availabilities, integration suite entirely covers part of that. When we talk about the development part of it, the SAP build application, right? So low code no code tool, basically it was a Signavio, and that has come to this. We have business application studio. That business application studio will allow us to create any kind of microservices or even the Fiori applications. Okay, this is a CI/CD. So all okay, web ID is also there. Okay, it is going to be obsolete in sooner, but all these things will help us to speed up the development part of it. This is for DevOps. Okay, this is for mobile services. Okay, this is for process automation. Okay, SCB also called intelligent enterprise business BP business technology platform. Okay, because it provides the AI services also as part of this. Okay, and they are just trying to take it forward. When I'm telling you this, when business entity recognitions. Okay, so whatever it's a unstructured text is there. Let's say we have paragraph. From paragraph, it can derive all these kinds of dates, places, names. Okay, it can derive the data from the unstructured text. We can get the data. Okay, and from that data we can process it further. Documentation, information extraction. So if you have a document of maybe 15 page or 100 page, okay, we can get the data out of it and we can process it further. Similar like SAP. Okay, these are the runtime containers. So starting from, okay, and these containers means where we can deploy our applications or we deploy our code, and that code is going to execute on the same environment. Okay, we have security also. Okay, these are the couple of services which allows us for the various security features, and for this is the user experience also. So we can create the different Adobe forms, right? We can use the DMS. DMS, they have put it in here. We have a cloud portal service, so it's kind of a launch pad. So this is what we have. So all this clubbing, right? All these 92 services, it makes SAP BTP much more powerful tool. We have everything over here to get the business context out of it, okay? And the power of all these services which makes SAP BTP, intelligent one, nothing else. Okay. Now when you read it, right, the technical foundations for the integration suite and SAP's industry cloud, which supports comprehensive business processes inside the enterprise and beyond the capabilities of business network to connect to the customers and service partners. And a new element of intelligent enterprise, SAP Industry Cloud is based on the architecture of SAP BTP and designed to extend the best practices of business capabilities in SAP's business applications with innovative new models and built by SAP and partners. So this is a SAP Fiori applications library. Okay. And SAP provides so many applications by default. Okay. And when I go to product version wise, I'll select one of the version. So SAP provides all these Fiori applications by default. And when I go to, let's pick up any one of them. Okay. So here it will showcase you what it can support. It does not support ECC. Okay, it supports S4HANA and cloud. Here it supports, what are the different varieties of versions we have it. Okay. This talks about the product features. This talks about the implementation features. These are the SAP nodes, front-end server, back-end server. When we say back-end server, means back-end. Front-end servers, it means the gateway server. Okay. And this is the component. This is the name of the SAP UI5 applications. Okay. This is the name of the OData services. Okay. Technical configurations, launcher, even the technical catalog name, business catalog name. Okay. Group, space, even the business roles which we need to assign. Okay. And even the extensibility points are already been given. Okay. So in this technical name, okay, we have the extension points are already been available. So for each of the applications, okay, how many applications we have? We have a lot of applications in a S4HANA, even S4HANA cloud, okay. And these are the by default applications for which we do not have to do any kind of code. The applications are already made available. What are the UI components? What are the backend components? What are the extensions points are available? Okay. What are the catalogs, technical business groups? Okay. Everything is clearly listed down over here. So by this, SAP is providing all this by default. It will help us to turn around, okay, the implementation time for the customer. If customer has a standard process, they will simply activate these services, applications, okay, in a front end, and back end, and all these features are by default available, and they can directly try it out. Okay, so we do not have to, there won't be any kind of implementation time or the data requirement time which uh, partner has to sit with the customer and try to understand it. No, everything is ready-made available, and even if you want to extend it, SAP is giving extensions points by which you can extend your applications, and this is part of the extensions part of it. Okay, so not only, even in BTP, we can we can try to import these applications inside the SAP Business Application Studio, and we can extend the applications and we can again deploy it back. I was talking about the bots, right? All these bots are readily available, okay, and it's a plug and play bot. Okay, so bots are readily available. If the standard process is matching, okay, you can deploy the bot and you can execute the bot. Turnaround time, okay, you do not have to wait for the customer's requirement. You do not have to understand. You do not have to start the development. Okay, all the time will be saved. We can validate it. We can test it out. If everything is fine, we can move it move it to the productions part of it. And if we have any kind of issues, okay, we can always open the bot, modify it based on the requirement. We can again deploy it and we can pass it on. Okay, so all these are the pre-built content are available, which can help us, okay, to faster the development time, okay, and this we can do, and it can save a lot of manpower. So all standard SAP solutions are offered with the customizing capabilities. Additionally, customers often have their own requirements for innovate and industry-specific extensions. The extension capabilities of SAP BTP can help them build, deploy, and operate their new functionalities. I hope you can understand word by word now. Okay, and you can extend the standard SAP solutions without disrupting their performance, core process, and when building the extensions applications, you can also benefit from the automation of integrations between the cloud platform and the extension SAP solutions. So we can extend the existing content, and we can also create the extensions for even SAP S/4HANA Cloud for marketing, SAP SuccessFactors, SAP Ariba. Okay, we can create the applications for that one. We can deploy it, and we can test it out, and we can make it into the production part of it. Okay, here it's also coming the same thing. Extensions with automated configurations in Kima environment for S/4HANA Cloud, Marketing Cloud, SuccessFactors, C4C, and Commerce Cloud. BTP provides the tools, okay, by which we can extend the applications, or maybe we can create the new extensions points, or even we can create the new applications also. Okay, and developing the event-driven extensions and applications. What is event-driven? Can anybody please tell me? What can be the event driven? What the word means? Simple, yes, right? Based on certain events or maybe certain triggering points. Okay, it can be data driven, or it can be some specific, somebody has done some kind of approval, and the next approvals should be gone into that direction, or maybe some data. Maybe another example would be, let's say a database size is getting occupied, and we need to, create some kind of events to let the other people know. Right? Event driven can be anything, even in applications also. When we develop the applications, okay, let's say um, it can be data driven, it can be a manual user is doing something, even that can we need to raise a flag or something. Okay, so for each and everything, we can create the events within BTP, outside BTP. Okay, even in SAP S/4HANA systems also, we can try to create the event. Okay, and we can take it forward. Okay, so simplified, standardized, unified extensibility and configurations for SAP solutions. Central catalog per customer for all connected SAP systems where data used as the API events and credentials and other systems are stored, and you can get a benefit out of it.
Okay, in the first half, what is that you know about in the industry, or let's say the intelligent enterprises? Because we had a discussion like what are the services that BTP is offering, where will be able to find those services. So what you think that BTP will be? Will it be just a platform, or will it be something an addition to that? Will it be something else, or what it could be? Additions or statements that you can put up in terms of your BTP or the intelligent cloud that we have studied so far? What is that we can say that the industry or the intelligent cloud is? We discussed it just now, right? What is the intelligent enterprise strategies of SAP? Why do we call it as an intelligent? What could be the more detailed way to say that a current system is a current organization, or let's say a current enterprise is an intelligent one? One is where you want to say the reusability is something that a system can offer or an enterprise can offer, right? That
Yeah.
is one thing. Okay. Any other addition statements that you want to put it for an intelligent enterprise? Because just now we have seen that the services are being offered. There are some additional estimators we have. So what is an intelligent sustainable enterprises? Okay, now when we say that it is an intelligent, Okay, it refers to the pre-built configurations, the pre-built solutions that can be used for you. Okay, so an intelligent, sustainable enterprise is a one that consistently applies advanced technologies, okay, and the best practices within the agile integrated business processes. SAP can help you build intelligent, sustainable enterprises by enabling you to employ the tools. Okay, now what are the tools that SAP BTP offers? Where will we be able to find those? I just want to find some tools. Okay, where will we able to find it? Where we will be able to find the tools, or let's say the services that are being offered to me, the service marketplace. But where is that central entry point for you? Even if you say that you want to use a service marketplace, we have a central entry point into the SAP BTP cockpit, right? That's the central entry point for us to access the services. But before that, there is one more place which we discussed into the first half, that is the discovery center, right? Now, discovery center is a point where you will have the estimators, the services that are enabled for a particular provider for a particular region, right? So that is where you will be able to find the tools, as well as you will be able to find the business processes. Infuse AI and machine learning. Okay. Now, what is AI and ML that you will get? We have a build process automation that is also available for us, and there are certain other additional things that will be available. Now, if I want to technically view what is intelligent and sustainable enterprise, I have to look at this diagram. Okay, now whenever I look for a industry specific end to end process, so where I'll be able to find it, I'll be able to find it into the business process transformations. Okay, so business transformation is basically a vertical of your enterprise or your sustainable enterprise, which will be taken care by your business analyst or your functional consultants. Okay, so they will be the one who will be talking about the industry specific or the business specific terms. Now, enterprise resource management, spend management, capital management, these are the resources that will be talking about your business network, industry cloud. Okay. Now, when I say about the industry cloud, it is actually pointing out to your BTP. Okay. Even your experience management. Now, when I talk about your experience management, what it could be, what it could be. When I talk about the experience, am I talking about your performance, or am I talking about your end user experience? What is that I am talking about here in when I say experience management? What could be the experience management? Your applications, the way that they are developed, and ease of use for the end user. It talks about your experience management. And the planning, basically your ERP set, it comes under your planning. Now, if you look at this BTP, it helps you with your app development, it helps you with your automation, integration, data analytics, and the AI. Okay, there are a lot of things that we will be able to see onto this. But more detail about this BTP. Now, what will this BTP offer us? Okay, so what we have is your diagram. Okay, I am just sharing this another diagram. Are you able to see this? Now, the SAP Intelligent Enterprise Framework and SAP BTP goes hand in hand. Okay, so what will this be constituting of? This will be constituting of your intelligent suite and your industry cloud. It talks about your business networks. Okay, it talks about your sustainability management. It talks about your data centers and the hyperscalers. Now, if you look at your infrastructure, we actually don't have a underlying specific cloud computing infrastructure over here in your BTP. But what we have is we have a SAP data centers, or what we call it as a hyperscalers. Now, when I say it as a hyperscalers, what we are dealing with the providers. Okay, now these providers could be your AWS, it could be your Microsoft Azure, or it could be your Alibaba Cloud. Now, what are the hyperscalers that are available? Again, I'll be able to find it into my discovery center. Okay. Now, the technical stack that is important for you. Now, in my business technology platform, what I have is your database and data management. Now, in this particular vertical, okay, what I have is a SAP HANA, Cloud, Data Intelligent, MDG, and all this. These are the services that are available for your business technology platform, database, and data management. Now, when I want to deal with your analytics into your BTP to make my enterprise intelligent, I'll be dealing with this analytics cloud, DWC, your business object BI. These are the analytical part of it. Now, the main thing that I have is your application development and integration. This is where the most important thing comes in for us. Okay, that is your SAP integration suite, SAP extension suite, SAP PO, the process orchestration. Okay, now the application development, where I'll be able to develop the application, and integration. Now, what could be the difference between your integration and extension suite? What could be the main thing that you have about your integration and extension? Because we have discussed a one liner yesterday, so I just want to know, like, what is the integration?
It's about integration other applications with BTP.
Integration is integration of other applications. Okay. Okay. So if I want to put it as a one liner in terms of your integration and extension, I would say integration is having the right system. Okay. Integration is having the right system, and extension is about having the right data in the right system. Okay. So these are two things that we will be independent, that will be depending on to one another. So if I don't have a right system, I'll not be able to extend it. I'll not be able to get the right data. So in integration and extension are two suits, okay, that are available into your SAP BTP cockpit, which will help you with your developments as well. We have an integration suite and we have an extension suite. So your extension suites basically constitutes of your tools, and the integration consists of your endpoints, or it consists of the cloud connector or any other pointers which will help you to integrate the third party systems. It could be your Ariba, it could be your success factors, the systems that could be integrated. Okay, for example, let's say I have to give, or let's say I have to develop an application, but that application should be developed by some users. Now, where will I pick those users from? For example, let's say I have a payroll system. Okay. Now, in my payroll system, where does the data come from? In your normal generic systems, if I want to process a salary of an employee, so where should the data come from? From the third party. Okay. Now, even if it is coming from the third party, should it be a legit data or should it be a random data? For example, there are 100 employees, and for this 100 headcount, I'm just simply putting the data. Will that make sense to the payroll? Will that make sense? For example, let's say my all the employee related data is into the success factor. Now that success factor should be integrated using the integration suite, right? Now if I want to give those users only, or let's say I want to have those users only in my system, then what is the first thing that I have to do? I have to integrate a success factor system in my BTP, so that those users only will be able to do some kind of a extension. Okay, so first thing is integrating a third party or any other system which will help me to get the legit users. Otherwise, it is all a waste of a resource, a waste of our efforts. Okay, so first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to integrate. Now, once I have integrated the right system, then only I'll be having the right data. who should do what is the extension suite. Okay, now then I have the intelligent technologies. We have IRPA, conversational AI, IoT, and AI business services. These are the parts that you will get with the help of your business technology platform. Okay, this is the main thing that you will be able to see into your business technology platform, and all these features of your BTP makes an enterprise an intelligent one. Okay, that is why we say that any system or any enterprise which is using a BTP would be called as an intelligent enterprise. Now, is it clear for you that what is an intelligent enterprise and what is the role of your BTP in making an enterprise intelligent? So now let's go and understand that I have these features, the database, analytics, and all these features. But what are these bringing to me? Okay, what is the additional thing that it is bringing to me? Now, whenever I have this build solution, what is that we are doing? We are having or we are using the BTP to build the solutions for any challenges. Now, the five verticals that we studied, okay, so what are these offering? When I talk about the application development and automation, it helps you to build faster, automate your business, design workspace, and jumpstart the development. Now, when you have the application development, okay, even your integration is a part of it. So you have the SAP build, pre-develop, pre-code development. Okay, we have some of the services that will help you to have a jumpstart. Basically, tutorials will also be available. Okay, now when I say extend planning and analytics, why I should be doing analytics? It will help you to integrate, it will help you to drive agile decisions, transform planning, plan with a confidence. Okay, it could include a financial planning, it could include the supply chain planning, sales planning, workforce planning. So into your workforce planning, we have the vertical as recruit to retire. Okay, now when I go with the planning, financial planning, we have lead to cash as a process. So there are certain processes that we have into your SAP which will be aligned with this extend planning and analytics. Data and analytics, what does it help you with? It helps you with maximizing the value of SAP data delivered through trusted insights. Okay, extend planning and analytics, pre-built. Okay, I think Shreya said that we have pre-built SAP business content. So this is where we have some data, even as well as we will be having the analytics. Now look at the symbol, it will be able to integrate. Now what you can achieve with the integration, we can achieve the seamless business processes, accelerate the outcome and the business enterprises, modernize the integration, okay, across the heterogeneous IT landscapes. Okay, now when I say across the heterogeneous IT landscapes, it could be your SAP, it could be your non-SAP integration also. Okay, yesterday we discussed about the M files, right? So that is a non-SAP product, so that product can also be integrated. Okay, now we have the artificial intelligence. It will help you to have a chatbots build, run the AI responsibly. Okay, now these are the features that you get into your verticals of your BTP. Again, I'm asking you, what is the central entry point for us to go and check the tools, the services, BTP cockpit? Do we have access for everyone? Now, just try to launch a business application studio from here. We have the first link, that is a business application studio. Now, what could be a business application studio? Will it be a service or will it be a tool? Will it be a service or will it be a tool? But what we have into your BTP, do we have tools or do we have the services? There is a possibility that you might have more than one users for your SAP BTP account. So in that case, what you can do is you can have a universal ID and map all your users into one universal ID. So even though you log in, you will be able to get the same login credential, but with the different nodes for accessing different accounts. Yeah, you can use or you can create a universal ID for yourself. Sometimes it even stores up the cache, which will result into your session cookies or something like that. Okay. Now just try to click on to the first URL, that is SAP Business Application Studio. It will ask you for the login and credentials. Okay. Now go back to your trial cockpit. Launch your trial account. Now you see onto your left panel, you have a lot of things. Just launch a trial. No, this is a sub account. Yeah, the trial tile is there, right? Below sub accounts, you have a trial. Just click on that. Now go to your services. Onto your left palette, you have the services. Go to the instances and subscription. Now by default, you are subscribed. Okay, by default, when you created an account, I think you created an account in the morning.
It was
Today,
not working yesterday.
you
Yeah.
have the dates. Okay. Now you see there is an arrow onto your right. Either you click onto your business application studio or just try to click to select. There is an arrow, click that.
Yeah. Okay.
You should be able to see that it is a status. Okay, the status, the plan created on and changed on. Now it is under your instances and subscription. Even though this is a tool which will help you with the application and development, it is a part of your service, because everything that you get inside your BTP cockpit is a service. Now if you want to launch it, how will you launch it? You have to go to your application. Now here it is not asking you for any of your logins, right? It will just directly give you some kind of a URL, which is hexadecimal with a trial dot authentication dot US. Now, what does this US talks about? US talks about your region which your service provider has hosted this virtual private account for your creation. Now, this is your virtual machine, which will provide you the spaces independent of your development environments. Now, when you see this create dev space, there are a lot of dev spaces. Basically, a dev space is a kind of a folder structure, or let's say it's a separation, okay, that you will get between the different working spaces. Here you call that as a dev spaces, which is used for your development. Okay. So inside each of your dev space, you will have a particular extension. Now these extensions are used for your development. For example, if I want to go with a Fiori development, what kind of plugins I would be needing? I would be needing UI5 plugins. I would be needing a Fiori specific space. Okay. If I want to go with a HANA development, then I would be needing some extensions for HANA, which will help me with the libraries loading, which will help me to connect to the systems. Okay, so this is what your business application studio will provide you. But what is it? Is it a tool or is it a service? So this is how you're going to launch your business application studio. Now go back to your trial space. Okay, now launch onto your service marketplace. Now I say that I want to have a development. Now I want to see what are the services that are available. So I'll be able to see a lot of services, but all the services in total, how many services were available? 92 services were available. When you checked onto the Fiori, when you checked onto your discovery center, how many services were available for you? It was 92 around, right? But for your trial account, how many services are available? It is just 50. For the exploration purpose, you have 50. Now, go to your discovery center, open a new tab, check for your discovery center, SAP Discovery Center. If you just type in, make sure you create a universal ID for yourself, so that you know, even though you are having multiple accounts, you should be able to use it with one login. Meanwhile, it loads. What we will do is we will go to your cockpit, trial cockpit. Now just go back to your trial home. Now here, what you want to see is the integration. Okay, now if I want to see what is the integration, at this level, you will not be able to see where the integration is available. But in a one go, I want to have all the roles. Okay, because everything that is available in my global account should be a role specific. So what I will do is, there is a possibility that I might need, okay, because when you launch your business application from the first URL, it was asking you to log in, right? But when you navigated via a particular sequential path, you don't need that login to authenticate yourself. So there is a same provision which we have it for your boosters. Now, what this boosters will do? This boosters will help you to set up all the roles required. Okay. So what I'll do is, you can just go to your boosters. Okay. Now inside your boosters, you will have lot of services, lot of paths. Okay. Can you just use the drop down? All, there is a all drop down at the top. Okay, now here you see what will the extension suite give you. It will give you a development efficiency. Okay, it will give you the digital experience. It will give you a digital process automation. Okay, these three things are provided by your extension suite. Okay, when I talk about the development efficiency, can you click onto the development efficiency? It will help you with what are the tools that are available, the 8 services that are available. Okay, now if I go with the digital experience, okay, now what I have over here, I have just 2 services that are available. Now try with the third one, automation one. Yeah. Now what I have is, I have a IRPA, the workflow management. Okay. Now workflow is a kind of a process. For example, I have to have a request from my manager. Then what is the flow for me to get the approval? But let's say into my manufacturing unit, I am basically, let's say I am basically dealing with a manufacturing unit. Now there could be a like 6 to 7 levels of hierarchy that would be available. Now will I go to each person manually and ask for the approval? So that is not the realistic scenario. What we are going to do is, with the process automation, what I'll do is, I'll define a workflow. Okay. Now in this workflow, what I'll do is, I'll provide a sequence of steps, and the people who are allowed to do the approval or rejection, what I'll do is, I'll request them via a workflow management. This will trigger either the mails, or this will either triggers the approval or rejection buttons for them, whether they want to approve it, whether they want to reject it. It will be a flow, it will be a sequence. Even if I want to include a system inside that, I can also do that. Basically, for example, let's say I am using it from a employee perspective. Now where it should go, it should go to my manager, and it should go later to the payroll, right? So that the number of leaves, for example, I have earned leaves, so there should be no deduction. So there are 3 levels that are there. First it should go to the my management, then it should go to my HR, and then it should go to the processing payroll processing team. So there are 2 levels or 3 levels of approval or rejection, right? Now, if there is no action between these 2 or 3 levels of hierarchy, what it should be? If I have a logic of earned leaves, then it should be automated, that there should be no deductions when the payroll is processed. So that is a kind of workflow that I can also define, right? So that is into your workflow management. The last one which we have is your integration suite. Okay, now once you have this, okay, once you try to start this, okay, just try to start that. Now it will ask you for your sub account, onto which sub account you want to enable this integration. Okay, please subscribe to the application and activate its capabilities manually. Okay, so here you don't have it, just see what is there into your application. Okay, now it is taking you to the just try for the integration suite. Search over here, integration suite. Not here. Just search. Here you have that integration suite. Okay, just try to create it. Okay, now earlier what was the case is it would just run a booster. Okay, now here you are having a trial integration suite and just try to create it. It will just give you the subscriptions, view subscription. It has now subscribed to that integration suite as a service. But if you try to launch it, there is a possibility that some roles might be missing for you. So what you do is you again go to the boosters and run it over once again. Just close this instance or cancel this. Again, try to relaunch that and start it once again. Now this time it will not give you an error. If you want to go proceed with the next, that is also fine. What it will show you, it will just show you what are the roles that are getting created automatically for you when you subscribe it. For example, if you launch it from a subscription, there is a possibility that some roles might be missing for you. These roles are something which we have to deal with when we are dealing with the security. Okay, what we will do is we will keep this on hold. This is just to let you know that where will the extension suite and integration suite will be available into your BTP cockpit. We will redo this process of the roles and role collections when we create the applications. But you are now familiar, like where will these pointers of extension and integration present, right? For everyone, I would like to say that just give it a go at this point by checking your systems. I want everyone to try this out.
And one more thing, probably I need to understand, right, that this is a project specific requirement. So what kind of requirement we have received, right, from the customer, right? So based on that, we can also try to, explain you in a better way, so that it would be, easy for you, during the implementation side of it.
Now go to your boosters. You have a drop down over here. Is it that what you were looking for? Yeah. Can you just click on to the integration suite, please? Okay, can you start it? You have, I guess, already subscribed to a server. Okay, it is showing an error. Can you click on please subscribe an application? That is basically a link. Can you click onto that link? Application is highlighted as blue. It will take you to the subscription of your service marketplace. Now into your service marketplace, can you just try searching for the integration suite? Can you try to click onto the three dots that are there? Or you can create it, no problem. Okay. You can create it either this way or you can use the three dots that are available for the creation. Just keep the way that it is and just go with the create. Okay, it will say that the subscription is there. You can either check whether it is actually subscribed, view the subscription because it is still creation in a progress. Now what you have to do is it is saying that it has been subscribed. There might be the case that it will the status could be failed, subscription failed. That is also one of the case, and then you have to look what is the reason that it is failing. Okay, now what you can do is you can go to your trial home, go to your trial account and try launching that integration suite once again. Try doing it once again. It should basically help you with the sub accounts, the number of sub accounts that are available.
Hey there, ready to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP Fiori with BTP course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Fiori, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply planning and logistics. From ensuring sufficient product availability to smooth transportation, we've got you covered. From the basics to advanced techniques, our course has it all. Crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to guide you every step of the way and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP Fiori with BTP. Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so now I'll repeat of the question. What are the three levels addressed by the intelligent enterprise strategy of SAP? First, second, third, or fourth? So the answer for them is business process, application, and technology. Because we had a stack where we are dealing with the industry cloud, which refers to the business process. The application where we discuss the integration suite and the extension suite. So there we have that. But what is this ultimately making it to? It is making enterprises intelligent using a BTP advanced technologies, right? So the answer for that is B. Okay. Now the second question is experience management in the context of industry cloud refers to what? Tracking customer engagement on social media, gathering and analyzing data on customer experience, monitoring employee satisfaction through surveys, analyzing financial reports for the customer feedback. What could be the answer? B is customer experiences. What is the answer for this? Is it B, or like do you want to change the option? So first we gather and analyze the data, and then we would be having the experience management. One more thing that is related to your experience management is it relates to your data where you have your responses. For example, if you go with your customer satisfaction service, it will ask you to give the ratings, right? So that kind of data analysis is done. So first we gather and then we analyze the data. Whether are you satisfied, whether you are not satisfied, whether you are happy with the whatever the services are being offered. So happy signals is also a kind of a vendor portal which deals with the experience management. Most of the data gets collected via some of the services. Okay, so that is one of the thing. Now the third is the intelligent enterprise strategy aims to a. Increase the complexity of your business processes. B. Simplify business processes and foster innovation. C. Reduce the use of technology in businesses. D. Replace applications with manual processes. What could be the answer for this? So B is the correct answer. Okay. Which of the following is not a part of the technology level in the intelligent enterprise strategy? One is the IoT, AI and ML, cloud computing and virtualization, human resource management, and the software. What is not a part of? Okay, what is not a part of HR and software? Because these are the part of your intelligent enterprises. So we have this IoT, AI, ML, cloud computing, and virtualization. Okay, these are the different verticals that will be available under your BTP. Okay, now what does the BTP stands for? I think this is the easiest one that we have, right? It's a B. Okay. SAP covers two main areas. What are those? Automation and process optimization, analytics and business intelligence, integration and extension, security and compliance. So automation and process optimization is a part inside it, but what mainly it deals with the integration and extension. So for 6C is the answer. Okay. Now in the context of SAP BTP, what does integration refers to? The process of merging different SAP systems into a single instance, the ability to connect SAP system with non-SAP system seamlessly, the deployment of SAP applications across different departments, the process of updating SAP software to the latest version, the ability to connect SAP systems with the non-SAP systems. Okay, when we talk about the integration, we are talking about the heterogeneous systems. Okay, it could be SAP or it could be a non-SAP systems also. So for the seventh question, B is the answer. Okay, now what is the primary purpose of the industry cloud within SAP BTP? So the options are to provide industry specific experience and innovations, to offer free cloud services to the small businesses, to compete with other cloud service providers, to replace existing on-prem systems with the cloud-based solutions. As the word suggests, industry cloud. So what it could be? It is A. Okay. Now, when we are talking about the industry specific, we are talking about in terms of the different domains or different verticals or different businesses that we are going to uh, streamline, okay, using SAP. So for 8, A is the answer, to provide industry specific experiences and innovations. Okay, experiences using the experience management and innovations using the advanced technologies. Okay, now for the 9, what is that? Experience management is an industry cloud, focuses on, what is it focusing on? It is focusing on to the tracking financial performance metrics, enhancing customer experience and satisfaction, monitoring employee attendance and productivity, analyzing market trends and competitor strategies. So what could be for the 9? So how do you say that it is a customer experience and the satisfaction? What will be you using in order to have the customer satisfaction and experience management? Yes, we talked about the gathering the data and experience data of a customer. There are multiple ways. We have the Quadralex. Okay, so that is also one of the survey tool. Okay, so depending on to the data also we can use that. So for 9 we have B as an answer. Now 10th is SAP BTP enables extension by allowing businesses to create custom applications and integrations to complement SAP solutions, outsource their IT operations and SAP data centers, automate all business processes using the SAP tools, integrate third-party applications without any restrictions. So what is the answer for this? The 10th one. So why is that so? Because what we have is we have a pre-built packaging, right? We have the already available solutions which are ready to use and configured. For example, let's say I have a business of sales, right? So if I want to go with the extension, okay, I want to customize it. So what I have is I have already available Fiori application which will be available into the Fiori apps library. Okay, so what I can do is I can extend that app also. So in that case, what I'll have is I'll just have to extend that application. But when I do the extension, I am also enabling my features into that application. Okay, it is like an addition to an existing application. But what is Fiori? Fiori is a ready to deploy configured solution. So that is what also available into the extension. This is also done via the BTP. So for 10, we have A as a answer. So create custom applications and integrate to complement SAP solutions. Okay, so this is about the intelligent strategies which we have discussed, which will help you to enhance the development as well as allow you to define or build the pre-built solutions.
We have the create options, we have a global account, and we have a delete trial account. Generally, third option is available only inside for the trial one only. Okay, and we have a below to that, we have a directories and sub accounts, right, in the middle of it, and yes, that is the one, right. And after that, we have a sub accounts. Companies can have one global account, okay. uh, for various combinations, companies can have a two global accounts also, but that is not advisable. Ideally, one global account, one BTP account. Okay, let me repeat. One global account, one BTP account. Within one global account, we can create as many directory as we want to create and as many sub accounts as we want to create. There is no restriction inside the creation of directories or sub account part of it. And why do we need to create the directory and sub accounts? Maybe can anybody just try to explain? I will definitely explain, but anyone would like to try it out? Let me give a hint of it, right? TCS is a very big organization. We have business or we have branches, okay, TCS branches across the regions. So sometimes even TCS India needs different directory sub accounts, okay, and sometimes TCS US also requires some kind of different directory sub accounts, and if we have lot of work, or maybe the applications which is spreaded across to the various domains, okay, HR, SCMM, right, even the new tech, high tech, they call it the telecom, right. So even for that we can create this different directories, okay, and sub accounts, and we can logically group, we can create the logical group of it. Does it make sense? Are we good? Okay. Fine. Could you please create on click on create? We have only one, yeah. So here we have directory and sub account, okay. Basically directory is used only for logical grouping, and sub account is the main part in which we can have the space, and we can have, yeah, can you click create the sub account? Directory is just like a folder inside our Windows system, okay, nothing else, and it's used for logical grouping of it, okay. Yeah, maybe you can put anywhere anything, right? Maybe you can put dev simple, that will work out. Okay, see here, hold on. Yeah, see, just because we are having trial account, okay, it is giving two options now. Earlier we had only one option, okay. The first option was only there. Now they already introduced second options as part of Azure and Singapore, okay. So these are the only two regions are available in for the trial account, okay. I'm repeating, for the trial account. Shrey, can you please open the Discovery Center? Do you have the link, or should I give you? So maybe I'll ask you open HANA Cloud. HANA Cloud will be available. Hold on, sorry, my bad. Okay, open the maybe ABAP environment. Let's just try to see. It is already there. See, this particular service, SAP BTP ABAP environment, okay, are available in only on these regions, AWS and Azure. Okay, let's say Shrey, you are working from Australia, okay, and by chance if you are selected AWS Sydney, okay, and then you are just trying to come up with the trial account, oh sorry, then this Australia Sydney might not have all the services what you need for your sub account. Let me elaborate more on this part, okay. Can you just duplicate the tab of it, and please open the SAP Build Apps, another service. SAP Build, yeah, that will work out. Second one, go to pricing. See here, okay. So if you have selected, okay, let's say you have a requirement to use the ABAP environment as well as SAP Build app, both the services you need to use it, okay. By chance, if you have selected Australia region for the first one, okay, and then if you would like to try it out, okay, SAP Build service, if you want to enable it, you will not be able to find that service in that region because it does not exist. So because whenever the requirement is coming, okay, a requirement is quite vague many times, okay, gradually it's trying to improvise it. But whenever requirements comes, we need to understand what kind of services which we might need to use it. We need to list it down. We need to find out the common regions in which all the services are available. We need to find out all the common regions in which the services are available. Then we need to find out what is the client end use and business users, okay. See, if client is sitting inside the US, it does not make any sense to have the regions to Sydney, okay, because the latency, all the applications, whatever we are going to create, okay, those are going to be deployed to the Australia region. And when you are trying to access from Australia to Sydney, the latency would be very high, okay. In that case, the performance will be increased, performance will be decreased because of the latency. Because your call from US to, it will go to Australia, and it will come back with the results. So definitely the performance will not be so good. Okay. So if we need to understand first thing, the common regions, then we need to target, okay, what are the business users where they are sitting it, okay, and accordingly we can select the region, okay, what we need to select to create the sub account. Okay, now please go back to the first tab. I hope you understand how we need to select the region now. Yeah, please select that one. US East, it has lot of services. It has actually maximum services. Okay, subdomain, it's perfectly fine. It's just an internal part of it. Parent is also fine. Can you please click on advanced? No, yeah, expand it. Enable available environments. You may select enable beta features. That's fine. It will no harm. Enable beta features. Okay, and assign all the available services. Okay, maybe you can click on create. See, we can create as many sub accounts as we want to create. It is flexible. Okay, but if you are trying to deploy your applications to one sub accounts, and if the another, if you'd like to use the services from other sub accounts, it won't be a good design. It is like you are just trying to, okay, on a lighter note, okay,
Yeah.
you want to create, you want to cook something, and you are asking all the ingredients from your neighbor. It doesn't look good. Okay, so we should not have that kind of design in place. Fine. So if you see here, the provider is AWS, okay, because we selected it. We had options to select Azure also. Regions also we selected, okay, and environment will be multiple environments. Okay, what is multiple environments? Anybody can just guess? Any idea? Maybe you can click on it meanwhile. Guys, what is multiple environment? At least give a name of one of the environment. It is already there in the screen. Cloud Foundry, Schema. Okay, we also discussed about the Neo also. Okay, I just touched upon, but that's fine, not an issue. Neo is also environment which we had it earlier. Now SAP is gradually trying to move away, and we do have the ABAP environment also. Okay, so which we just showcased, right? That ABAP environment can help us to do ABAP coding inside the BTP HANA BTP cloud. Okay, so that is the environment we have. What exactly environment does it mean? Okay, so when we say about Neo, right, all the applications, whatever we are creating it, it is going to be deployed to the Neo environment. Okay, ABAP environment help us to for the code deployment, as well as runtime code also. Code will be executed in that environment. Even same course will go with the Cloud Foundry and Schema. It has a space in which we can deploy our application services, and even when we are just trying to execute it, that environment will help us with all the supporting features. Okay, and our code will be executed in the runtime. Okay, that is the environment. Fine. Yeah. Can you please scroll up little bit? Yeah. So if you see over here, right, we have a subdomain. Okay, we have a tenant ID, we have a sub account ID. Tenant ID and sub account ID are the same. Okay, and provider regions in the environment is fine, and beta features we enabled it. That is the reason it's enabled, otherwise it would have been disabled. And created by and modified on, so that's fine. Okay, the here, okay, how can we understand, okay, what is the unique sub account what we have? That is the tenant ID and sub account ID, by which we can identify what is our sub accounts to this which is configured with our ID. See, we have a, you guys have worked on S4 HANA, right? You might have created the CDS view or OData services. Okay, by the way, what is OData service? So basically it's a API, okay, which can help us to transmit the data from and 2, SAP on-premise system. OData is the open source which SAP has acquired it, okay, for their own usage part of it. They have not bought it, okay. Let me also be very clear here. So they are just trying to leverage the features and the capabilities of OData. If you want to expose the data from on-premise systems, okay, if you want to do a create, read, update, delete operations, right? Even there are some other operations like actions are there, okay. In that case, we can try to leverage OData to communicate with the front end screen. And when I say front end screens, okay, it can be of any kind of applications. It can be a Fiori, it can be a CAPM, it can be AngularJS, anything, okay, and it can be sitting on the BTP, non-SAP solutions also, okay. So basically, OData is the API. It is a kind of a messenger, okay, between two systems to come by which the data can be travel, okay, data can be transferred. Is this fine? Is this simplified? So if you want to bring SAP on-premise data, when I say on-premise, I mean ECC S4HANA in terms of SAP, right? So even it's the ECC one, starting from gateway 7.51, or if we want to try to leverage the S4HANA systems, right? We can create the data, we can register to the SAP gateway systems, and SAP gateway systems, how can we connect SAP gateway system data or this API with the BTP, okay? So for that one, we need to have a cloud connector, okay? And inside the cloud connector configurations, we have to use this tenant ID or maybe sub account ID, okay? Which we are going to see it tomorrow, okay? But yeah, so this is the way data can be transferred, and this is the way we need to use the sub account ID. Okay, what we have it over here. I think, Shrey, I think we already, discussed about the use of Booster, right? Okay, can you go to Cloud Foundry, please? Okay, so the space is the bottom node, what we have it, on which all the applications are going to be deployed, okay? But along with the applications, if you see on the left-hand side, we also have the options for HANA Cloud. Could you please create the instance? Let's just try to, and guys, this is for everybody, okay? Go with the first option. Sign in with, yeah. Okay, that's fine. You can check it out. You can unshare the screen and try to check it out. So trial one, it will not ask anything. Okay, we just need to provide the BTP user credentials, right, by which you are just trying to log into BTP, and it should allow you actually. Okay, can you please go back to your B4222261? Click on it, please. Yeah, main account. Yeah, go to sub account part of it. In anyone sub account. You click on directories. Sometimes may looks weird. Expand all. Now it's coming up. Okay. Click on the trial two. Yeah, anything will work, no problem. Service marketplace. Search for HANA, please. Yeah, HANA Cloud, we have it. The first, second, yeah, that one. Click on it. Create. Ideally, we don't create from here. Okay, but let's just try to see.
Or maybe what you can do is you can just go to your, let's try this one first. Okay, if it is not working, then we will go to the dev and then launch it.
No, that she did not have options, right? Yeah, Mini, that is the reason.
Maybe while we navigate via the dev space, when we go on to the sub account level, right? So that time we have the dev, which is a organization by default created.
Fine, okay. Let's click on HANA one. Let's just try to see. Anyway, it's a trial one, right? Yeah, it's a trial one. Okay, you can put any instance name, put anything, it will work out. HANA dev something. Yeah, instance dev. Yeah, let's click next. Yeah, this will not work. You can click on cancel. That is expected. Discard. Go to space. Yeah, click on dev, please. Select on HANA Cloud. See this create. Oh, okay, now it's enabled. Surprised. Yeah, that's fine. Click on create. So, team, I already have one instance. I'm trying to showcase you. Okay, I'll not create the new instance because I already have one. Okay, and if I create another one, we have two options: SAP HANA Cloud Database and Data Lake. What is Data Lake? It is already there on the screen. Guys, what is Data Lake and how it is different from a database? Okay, and maybe I'd like to extend the thoughts over here, right? So as you know, one says, right, SAP HANA Cloud, the database, and second says Data Lake. Okay, so database is used when we have a maybe some limited amount of data, but when we say data lake, right? So when we have terabytes data, petabytes data, right? So in that case, we can try to leverage the SAP HANA Cloud Data Lake, okay? And we have a lot of large amount of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data also. We can just try to put it, okay? And the reason is, okay, when we have a very large amount of data, okay, we require see petabytes already been defined over here, right? And we have a lot of large amount of data. In that case, we also require high computing power, so that from the lake, if we need to find maybe one fish, right, maybe one set of data record, right, it should not take more time. Okay, so we need a high performance, we need a huge space, because we have a tons of data, petabytes data. Okay, and as you rightly mentioned out, okay, if we have large set of data lake, okay, let's say we have one data lake, we have another data lake, right? Even in S4HANA we have lot of data. So instead of replicating the data, we can try to connect with the different systems. Okay, we can get the data from in real time, and we can process it. Okay, so uh, data lake will also help us with a lot of connectors, by which we can connect with the systems, and we can also try to put the data inside the data lake. Ideally, we should not replicate the data in a multiple space where we have a huge amount of data. The reason is, okay, let's say if someone is modifying the data in all the places, whenever that entry exists, it has to be modified. So that would be a cumbersome issue. Okay, so we need to have one source of truth where we have everything is right, and we can try to leverage it. Okay. So I'll go with the database, simple one. We currently don't need a requirement. This is I can put. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to create it. Description I can put it blank. This is a very crucial password. Okay, if you want to log into HANA database, DB admin, and this password, okay, you need to store it somewhere, guys. Okay. Here, what versions would you like to have it? Okay, that you can select. Okay, and all these versions, see, if you see, right, uh, every quarter they are trying to release the new version. Just because it is in cloud, okay, it would be very easy for the SAP to push the new version to the HANA cloud directly inside this service. Okay, we can just select it and we can click on next. And when we see over here 32 GB in memory, 120 GB of database disk. Okay, what is in memory? Okay, just because this is a free trial account, okay, it will not ask me to increase the memory. Okay, it's coming by default. Memory is there, computing is there, replica is 0, connections are there. Even for replica, it will ask me in which region and what would be the size of it. Currently, it is not asking me because I'm going with the free one version of it. It will here ask me connections, allow all IP address, allow BTP IP address, cloud connector enabled. Okay, so we can also do that. And okay, data lake, we don't need it, but if you want to have it, we can create it. I'll disable it for you. Okay, And once I click on review and create, the instance will be created. Okay, and which I don't want to do that. And if you do not use your instance, okay, it can also go on a stop mode. Just it was there, and this is the free version what we are trying to leverage, free tier, right? And that is the reason it got stopped. Otherwise, if it is the licensed version, it will never stop. It will keep running. Okay. So this is how we need to configure the SAP HANA Cloud inside the BTP. Okay, let me just try to showcase you one more time. I select here. Okay, so simple one, right? And the same story, no changes, and we can create the instance. The instance will be created, and okay, let it load. So this is one things what I wanted to showcase you, how to enable the SAP HANA Cloud, because we need it. Okay, so even if you want to try it out in your trial account, this is how we can do it. In our accounts, whatever we had shared, the I already enabled, the database instance in that one, so we don't have to worry about that part. Guys, are we clear on this part? Fine. This is all about this part. The business application studio, you already configured it. Cloud Foundry runtime, I think you might have. Okay, I think we already have it. Okay, Cloud Foundry runtime, we already have it. So we do not need to worry about it. Now probably it would be very easy. Okay, as we already seen it. Account model inside the Cloud Foundry. Okay. Global accounts model, we have it. Global account. How many global accounts we have per BTP account? What is the relationship between global account and the sub account? When I say relationship means, one to one, one to many, or many to one. How does it work? So accounts are structured according to the global type, global account, sub account, and directories. Okay. Is the realization of contract you and your company has made with the SAP, right? So one global account used to manage the sub accounts. Okay. Inside the sub accounts, why do we need sub accounts, right? Inside the sub accounts, we can try to enable. Based on region, we need to have the sub accounts, and in that we can have various kinds of services in which we can create a couple of solutions, right? So we need to add the members, okay, who should see those services, and entitlements, and the quotas. Quotas means, what we have seen, the quotas for HANA side of it, right? That how many GB, right, and how many CPUs, maybe one quota, two quota, right? Every service has different one, okay, and so you receive the entitlements quotas to use platform resources per global account, okay. So we have all this part, the entitlement quotas per global account, and by which it can be a shared, uh, it can be a distributed among the different sub accounts. Okay, then distribute this part to the sub accounts on actual consumptions. There are two kinds of commercial models we have it: consumption based model, subscription based model. When you subscribe the service, there will be definite cost we need to pay to the SAP, and this is based on the consumption only which we need to pay. Fine, I think you can easily relate this to, okay, region wise we can create the sub account. This is the same, definition is there, just trying to put it across. Okay, so okay, let me ask a question in a different way. Can we have one sub account in a multiple region?
No.
Okay, and can we have multiple sub accounts with the same region? Sub account lets you create the global account according to your organization and project requirements. Organization project requirements, right? This is how we are putting it. Okay, and regards to the members, authorizations and entitlements. Why entitlement? Because we need to subscribe the services. All those services, users need to have the authorizations. The proper rules and authorizations needs to be given to the user ID, and we need to allow the members, because so that they can develop it. Okay, and this is for the technical part of it. Okay, even for business users, we also need to give some kind of authorizations, but we do not have to give access to the BTP accounts. Okay, they just need to get access to the directly solutioning part of it. Global account can contain one or more sub accounts, right? In which we can deploy the applications. We are trying to deploy our application, okay, in which part it is going to be deployed. It is a global account, sub account, space, or maybe somewhere else, where our applications are going to be deployed. When we deploy our application, when it is going to be deployed. So there is a hierarchy, right? Okay, that is what we are just trying to learn. Okay, in sub accounts we create the space. Okay, but actual applications are going to be deployed inside the, and when we say space, right, it has the Cloud Foundry environment. Okay, and when we have a ABAP environment, it is going to be in ABAP only, and when we have a Kima, it should be a Kima only. So that is also right. Okay, but at the end, the deployment will happen at the space level. Okay, but the space is available inside the sub account. Okay, and sub account is available inside the global account. Right, so this is what we have seen. Okay, when I go to here, this is my sub account. Okay, see, in my sub account I cannot see any options, okay, where I can deploy the applications. Okay, but when I go to space, okay, is my space is there. Here I can deploy all my applications, whatever I have created it. Okay, so this is the last node in which all the applications are going to be deployed. Sub accounts in a global accounts are independent from each other. Okay, we can create as many sub accounts, we can do it, and it is independent. It is important to consider with respect to security, member management, data migration, integration, and so. So when you plan for your landscape overall architecture, we need to plan it properly. Right? I think we briefly touched upon this one. Now, okay. So global account, sub accounts. So in sub accounts, we have applications, services, and subscriptions. Okay. And services, why services? When I go to sub accounts, I can try to enable all the services, whatever services I have enabled it. I can see all the services over here. It's taking some time. Okay, yeah. So all these are my enabled services. If you have noticed, okay, HANA Cloud will not be shown over here. Okay, because HANA Cloud itself required some kind of space in order to install it. Okay, it is okay. So HANA Cloud will be available inside the space, but rest of the application, rest of the services, whatever you have enabled it, activated it, okay, it will be available over here. Okay, and when you see, right, all this currently whatever we are using, it's a Cloud Foundry environment we are using it. So we have environment Cloud Foundry, and you can check it over here, Cloud Foundry environment, what we have it, and these are the services what we have activated it. Okay, so we have applications. Okay, inside it we have services, and we have subscriptions also. So we can subscribe to the new service here. Okay, let me just try to see if I have any free one. Okay, right. Okay, so I can create ABAP environment, free, Cloud Foundry, space is also coming. So even if I'm going to create this part of it, okay, it is going to be deployed inside this space, but environment will be ABAP environment because we need to run the ABAP code over there. Okay, so code will be inside the ABAP environment, and even that ABAP environment is sitting inside the Cloud Foundry runtime environment. This is how we can call it out. Okay, so basically we can enable the services, all the services and subscriptions, we can see it over here, whatever we have chosen it. Okay, all the services are there. And yeah, so these are the free services, and if it is not the free one, okay, it's a default one, it is coming, and based on the service, we can understand from the discovery center what should be the associated cost we have it. Okay, so that is how the costing also we will work it out. Okay, fine. So each sub account is associated with the region, okay, which is the physical locations where applications and data and services are hosted. I think we already discussed. specific region related when you deploy application and access to BTP cockpit using this one, the region assigned to your sub accounts does not have to be directly related to your location. Why so? Can you please, anybody would like to explain this? Why so? It has to be close. Okay, I'll give you one example here, classic example. In entire Russia, okay, or even Africa, okay, we don't have region. Does it mean that we cannot use such services? It's not like that, right? It's not directly related to your location. It should be nearby one. Good. The entitlement quotas that have been purchased for a global account have to be assigned to the individual sub accounts. Okay. So you have, okay, you have purchased the services upfront or maybe some credits from the SAP. Okay. But still those services needs to be assigned to your sub accounts, and once it is assigned, okay, your quota would be decreased by that assignment number. Let's say Cloud Foundry, it is very straightforward example, so I'm going to use that one. See, Cloud Foundry runtime would be required to deploy your applications. So for each of the sub accounts, whenever you are going to deploy your application, this service has to be available. Okay, it has to be available. Okay, let's say how many. Okay, my bad. Okay, currently I have only one sub accounts. Okay, but ideally, let's say we have a dev, quality, and production one. Okay, and we are running in 3 regions, so we have 12 sub accounts. So for each of the 12 sub accounts, okay, I need to have the services needs to be enabled. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to buy these services 12 times, right? The 12 blocks I need to buy it. Okay, and then I need to assign that service from the global account. So all the 12 will be available. The 12 instances kind of, they will be available inside the global account. For each of the sub accounts, I need to give one to each. So for each service, whatever we have, it will be available for the global account, and that has to be assigned to the individual sub accounts. Okay. So total, when we see it in global one, it is the combinations or total of all the services of all the sub accounts will be visible over here. From that, we need to distribute to each of the sub accounts based on the need what we have it. Okay, fine. So Cloud Foundry environment is one of the sub accounts. Okay, and I automatically create the Cloud Foundry organizations for you. The sub accounts and the organizations have a one-to-one relationship. Okay, and you can create within the Cloud Foundry, you can create the spaces and which we can take it forward. Okay, and when I go here, I can create a new space. Okay, so within one sub account, I can create as many space I want to create. I can do that. It is perfectly fine. Okay, so sub accounts, we can have multiple spaces. Okay. So what does this Cloud Foundry organizations means? When I click here, or I should click on overview. Okay. So whatever you see as part of, hold on, yeah, Cloud Foundry environment, okay, that is what this is calling out, Cloud Foundry organizations, okay. Within that environment, okay, we can have multiple spaces. That is not a problem. Okay. This is org name, this is org ID what we have it, and this is a quota what we have it. Directory allows you to organize and manage the sub accounts according to the technical and business needs. Directory can contain the directories and sub accounts to create the hierarchy. We cannot create the directory inside the sub accounts. Okay, inside the sub accounts we cannot create the directory. Inside the directory we can create the directory. We can create the sub accounts. Okay, and the last node is the sub accounts. Okay, and inside the sub accounts, what is the last node? We have space. Using directories, it's just for logical grouping of directories, and sub account is optional. If you do not have any kind of single directory inside your global account, that is also works out. It's perfectly fine. Okay, you can create the hierarchy structure that is up to 7 level deep, and that is the highest level of given path in always the global accounts and lowest in a sub accounts. Okay, so you have one global account, you have one sub accounts, it's done. Okay, and you can have one global account directory 7, till 7, and total last is sub accounts. Okay, So that is the highest level. So we cannot create more than 7 levels of deep structure inside the global account. And when I consider this one, started in the global and end account is sub accounts, okay, including both. Okay, so this is the structure what we have. If you see inside the sub accounts, we cannot have directory. Directory can contain directories also and sub accounts also. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is done. Okay, so global account is 1, sub account is 5. These are 5 directories we can create for logical grouping of it. Okay, so directories allows us to group and filter directories and sub accounts, monitor the usage of cost and for contracts that use the consumption based commercial models. Okay, and these are the optional part of it. You can also enable the features that manage entitlements, manage authorizations, kind of a similar things what we have it. Feature set A and feature set B. Okay, fine. Okay, so these are the labels we have it. It's fine. No need to go take it further. We have commercial models. Okay, so when we try to buy services or maybe new contract for SAP BTP with SAP, what kind of models we are going to have it? So we have consumption-based models. Okay, so your organization receives access to all current and future services that are eligible for this model. You have complete flexibility to turn the services on and off. Okay, based on the durations of your contract. And here we have two flavors, CPEA, okay, and pay as you go. CPA means when big companies is trying to get some credits from the SAP, okay, they will get a lot of discounts. It's a huge discount they will get it, but at the same time they also need to promise to SAP that within 1 year or they have to have X number of credits needs to be utilized. Okay, so it's kind of a promise that you are making to SAP that you are going to use, just giving examples, okay, that you are going to use at least $50,000 per year, okay, to the SAP BTP only. If you are not going to leverage that part, the credit will be lapsed. Okay, it is not going to be carried forward. So you have to utilize that credit, and for that SAP will give you heavy discount for CPA models. Okay, second one is pay as you go. You don't have to do any kind of promise to SAP. Okay, you can use, and for the whatever you have used, you can pay to the SAP. Simple one. And for this one, pay as you go. Okay, for this part of it, whatever the free tier is available. Okay, I'll go one more time here. So whatever free tier you are able to see it over here, right? All this free tier will be coming as part of consumption based commercial model. Okay, it will not come to the subscription based commercial model. Okay, so that's the difference what we have it. And for subscription based, your organization subscribes to only to the services that you plan to use it, and you can use the services as a fixed cost irrespective of consumption. Okay, and even the new services what SAP is just trying to provide to the BTP, it will not be enabled by default. You need to request to SAP to make it available. Okay, here we do not have any kind of limitations, restrictions. Okay, it is up to you. You can directly buy it. Here this model is coming because sometimes client asks, okay, you give me the fixed cost per service which I need to pay to the SAP. Sometimes it is not clear, sometimes it is clear. So in that case, we can go with the subscription based, and other way we can go with the consumption based model. Are we clear? We have only two models, subscription and consumptions. As we say, right, CPA upfront commitment we need to make to SAP. Okay, that what we are going to consume it, and you have full list of services. I'm saying full list of services, including free tier. Okay, we can try to leverage it. In the subscription base, it's a fixed commitment, okay, for the services, and single services are getting enabled for you for the fixed cost of it. So even if you usage is high or low, it doesn't matter. It's a fixed commitment. So even we have new environments, we might have some applications working in new environment, but it's a sandbox part of it. Okay, so we'll not have it Fine. So probably from gateway to Cloud Foundry, we need to migrate the applications. Okay, that is the one requirement which I can understand. And any other service in BTP which probably you in your knowledge probably client might would like to use it, HANA Cloud or something else, or Adobe Service something else, or process automation, or maybe workflow management. Yes. Okay, so there might be some kind of further development would also be required. Okay, understood. So extension would play a key priority for your project, the extension of the existing applications. Okay, and the deployment and the migrations part probably which we can touch upon, so that your uh, life would be easy. See, we don't have any kind of space here. Okay, so definitely, okay, it is just a starting point of it, maybe for them. No, it's yeah, might be possible. Okay, we might not have the access or authorizations to see the other sub accounts. I got two parts. Okay, one what I want to hear. Okay, the first thing is the migrations from gateway to BTP Cloud Foundry. That is the one requirement, and second requirement, the extension of the applications, probably with use of workflow management. Okay, so this is what I have received. So, okay, one thing is, BTP admin who will do the governance of the services and who will give authorizations to the users and the developers. Okay, who should have what kind of authorization to which service and which applications. Okay, so one is the BTP admin. He is also a platform user. Okay, other party is developers, right, who are actually going to create the applications with the use of different services. They are going to deploy it. They are going to again modify the solution. They are again going to deploy it. Okay, and they will also they can also migrate the solutions from one sub account to another sub account. Okay, so admin plus developers, it will be a platform users. Okay, but when we create the application, okay, we create for the business users. Let's say somebody created the Zomato. Okay, so Zomato is being used by us, okay, to order something from our specific restaurants. Okay, so even for business, okay, it will be some kind of business users who are going to use the applications, the solutions what we have created it. Okay, those users, okay, do not need access to the BTP account, sub account, okay, services. No, they don't need that. Okay, what we are going to have it inside the applications, we can have the business roles. Inside the business roles, we can try to give access to those users, and that is sufficient. If we are using the Zomato, why do Zomato will give us the access to that platform, okay, in which anybody can do any kind of mischievous activities? They'll not allow us to do that, right? Similar way, okay, business users would not get any kind of service level or any kind of platform level access to the BTP. They will only access to the solutioning part of it. Straightforward. So let's try to deep dive what we have it. Okay, platform users, okay, user accounts, log on to SAP BTP, access sub accounts, user services according to the permissions given to them. According to the permissions given to them. Okay, just we have seen, right, Vishal was sharing his screen. He did not have access to the couple of sub accounts which client might have created it. Okay, so based on the requirement, okay, the access would be given in a gradual manner. Okay, it is important to understand the difference between the two types of users: platform users, business users. Platform users are the developers, administrators, or the operators. Operators means who are just supporting the platforms, okay, to validate the consumptions part of it. But even it can be done by the administrators also, who deploy, administrator, and troubleshoot the application services on SAP BTP. Okay, all these kind of activities, we don't expect the business users to do that. It is only from the developers or administrators to do that. Now again, if we go back to here, we have users. I have all this kind of roles which I can try to leverage. Okay, So members needs to be added, okay, to the sub account or the space. Okay, it can be done by GUI also. It can be done by the command line interface also, CLI. Platform users are responsible for managing the overall SAP BTP landscape, including the user access, security, and system configurations. DevOps teams, okay, they can handle the deployment, monitoring, and the scaling of the applications on BTP platform. I'll give the examples of it, okay. Let's say we are connected, we have, we are not using the DevOps from the BTP service, but our customer already have Azure DevOps, okay, and they already connected Azure trust setup between Azure and BTP, okay. So in that case, okay, Azure DevOps team would be responsible to migrate code from one sub accounts to another sub accounts, okay. So in that case, the different team will come into picture. Let's say we have a Git repository, we can have a Azure DevOps, we can have a AWS DevOps, okay. We can have a different types of DevOps. Apart from BTP, any other system integration is there. In that case, DevOps operations will be taken care by the DevOps team, okay. And if we are already using the CI/CD from BTP side of it, in that case, BTP administrator can also do the DevOps team. It can be a same team. And if we have cloud operations, so this team will monitor availability and the performance. So if we have a huge number of accounts and subdirectories, okay, in which we need to monitor it, and if it is not been feasible, okay, by one person, in that case we can have a different team also, who like AMS team, who can keep verifying what is the overall consumptions, what is the overall costing of the services if something is not shooting up. Okay, so it makes sense to have the different team, but even this activity can be taken up by the administrator if we do not have the complex structures like sub accounts, directories. If we do not have the complex part of it too big, in that case administrator can manage it out. If we have large set of complex design spread it across all entire world, okay, it makes sense to have one of the team members or maybe some teams to be created for that way. Why? Because all this services, right, it will cost something, okay. And let me also showcase you cost for a couple of services, okay, so you will understand what I'm just trying to say. See, when we talk about integration suite, okay, I'll showcase quickly two services here. Okay, see, did you see? Okay, the one tenant is costing 5,000 euros per month. See, I can select the region. I'll randomly select something. Okay, and see, if we have development, quality, and production, three environments, right? The landscape with three environments. In that case, we need to have three tenants minimum, right? So only to maintain one landscape, okay, 15,000 euros per month we need to pay only for one service to the SAP, okay. And if we have multiple landscape across the regions, okay, I'll showcase one more part of it very quickly. Okay, I'm surprised. Data intelligence is gone for some reason. See, no, here we have it. Okay, I'll go with the medium. Okay, in general, and we'll have three environments. Can you see? Even to add it up, okay, it is asking me what you want to add it up, and for each of the idea. Okay, I'll go with the 3. Okay, I need metadata extractions. That is also 3. I need browsing data preparation. Okay. Okay, here it's not getting much sense. Capacity units are not getting increased. Jupyter notebooks, we need to have it. Then we'll add this part. Okay. So this is the charging what SAP is just trying to do. Okay. And if we have multiple sub accounts spread across the regions with the different directories, right? We are paying huge cost to SAP, and sometimes it is based on the consumption based model. So we also need to monitor if consumption is high for some reason, okay, the costing would be high. So we need to keep monitor of this, all these services overall, okay, what really happening. Otherwise, if we check once in a quarter, okay, so we also need to monitor all these services. Okay, so business users, as we spoke, discussed, applications that are deployed to the BTP, that they're going to use the applications, and it is a kind of a SaaS offering them, because they are just trying to get the end URLs of the application, and only they will be able to access the applications. Generally, they launch the applications by Fiori Launchpad, so they will be getting the access to the Fiori Launchpad. Okay, so these are the end users, line of business managers, okay, and the customer facing users, right? So these are the 2 people they are going to leverage it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of applications can be developed using SAP Fiori and BTP? Option A, only transactional applications. Option B, only analytical applications. Option C, only mobile applications. Option D, transactional, analytical, and mobile applications. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP Fiori with BTP course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Fiori, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply planning and logistics. From ensuring sufficient product availability to smooth transportation, we've got you covered. From the basics to advanced techniques, our course has it all. Crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to guide you every step of the way and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP Fiori with BTP. Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So till now what we have done is we have had a touch upon the integration suite by subscribing it to the service. Okay, now the integration, what does the word means is having the SAP, non-SAP or any third party systems in place just to have a right system to get the right data. Okay, so integration suite is also available under your BTP. We have seen it under the boosters tab, right? Even we have had a subscription of your integration suite. SAP integration strategy for intelligent enterprises. Okay. Now, when I say intelligent enterprises, what is that we are dealing with? What is the intelligent enterprise? Because we have studied it earlier also. We are dealing with the innovations using the advanced technologies. Okay, so that will make our enterprises intelligent with the help of using a BTP, right? So how does SAP fulfill these promises? Universe API management, SAP graph, SAP cloud integration, and features. Okay, there are a few other things that we are going to discuss. Okay, have we seen this diagram earlier? What is this diagram referring to? It is referring to the bird's eye view of your intelligent enterprises. Okay, but now we have to deal with the business processes, solution areas, and the technology. Now the lowest stack that we have onto which your applications will be built is your BTP. Okay, but now when I am saying it is a BTP, what is that I am technically dealing with? I'm technically dealing with the technological part of it, or let's say a stack which will help me with the application development, automation, integration, data and analytics, and AI. Okay, now this part, okay, this part where we will be able to find it, we'll be able to find this part under your BTP cockpit, okay, where we are able to do the developments, automation, integration. Okay, but for us, for the topic for today, focus is the integration. Okay, now with the BTP, what you will be able to achieve, you'll be able to achieve the seamless user experience, consistent security and identity management, one workflow inbox. Okay, now we have discussed earlier the word workflow. Okay, but when I say workflow inbox, one workflow inbox, we are talking about one of the standard applications which is available for everyone, that is via the Fiori. Okay, so we have a my inbox as one application which will work as a approval or the rejection center point to have any kind of approvals or the rejections. So that is also available for you via the application development. Now when I say we have a my inbox, okay, so what does the my inbox do? Now this is for whom? It is for the managers. Now what are the product features for us whenever we say that we are dealing with a SAP Fiori application? SAP Fiori application is a ready to use configuration component given by SAP, but for us, whenever we are procuring it, we call it as a product. Okay, so with the transactional app, okay, when you deal with your SAP Fiori applications, there are three types of applications. Okay, one is the transactional app, which will deal with whatever the process is. For example, if I say what kind of a application is a banking app, so it is a kind of a transactional app which will give you the audits, which will give you the credit debits. Generally what we can, or let's say in generic terms, what we can say is the track of your transactional data, input, output, whatever happens, that comes under your transactional app. One is your analytical app, okay, which will deal with your normal any kind of a analytics data. Let's say if I want to take an application of a let's say I am using a application which is related to the stock. Now is stock a transactional kind of application? Can it be a kind of a transactional application? Is the stock remaining same for every day? Is the stock remaining same for every day?
No.
No, right? That is based on to the analytics. That is based on to how the market is working. Let's say NSE, BSE. These are the kind of apps that works on to the statistics. Even if you take cricket, right? So the ball that is positioned, that is also working on to the analytics. The umpire doesn't go and check where is the ball placed. They have the markings where has the ball hit. So that is also kind of a analytics that you see onto the graphs. These are the real-time data. Now, whenever I say a real-time data, it is referring to the analytics process that is happening onto the background. Okay, there is one more app called as a fact sheets app. Okay, the fact sheet app don't have any kind of a application. Okay, let's say I want to deal with the sales. So what is the sales? Will it be same across the different let's say different vendors? For example, if I'm having a retail vendor, let's say Reliance is one of the retailer. Okay, now there is one more retailer, what you can say is Big Bazaar is also a kind of a retailer. Now is the price same that you have into your Reliance and that you have into your Big Bazaar? Are the prices same for the different product? Or let's say for the same product, are the prices same? So based on to the facts, whatever the analytics is affecting, that apps will be also available. Okay. So there are three main types of application whenever you deal with your Fiori applications. Okay. Now, what does the My Inbox refers to? You can make important decisions via mobile or the desktop devices anywhere and anytime. Using this app, you can process your standard and custom workflows, right? And what does the workflow refer to? The sequence of the steps. Okay, tasks based on to the decision options defined in the backend system. For example, let's say I have a condition. Okay, now whenever let's say if the earned leave, okay, if the earned leave are available for an employee, should the system approve the leaves for that employee? For example, let's say consider yourself itself in this position. Okay, employee you who has joined the organization, every month 1.5 or 1.75 leaves is credited. Okay, now after a duration
Correct.
of 6 months, there would be certain earned leaves available for you, and you wanted to
Correct.
request it. Now will that request of leave will be approved?
Yeah.
If you have a bucket which has a leaf balance, it will be approved. If you don't have the leaf balance, but there is an emergency case in which you want to take a request, then what will happen? Your LOP will be applied, loss of pay will be there for you, right? So what is that? That is a decision that has been there onto the logical checks. So that is where your My Inbox will come in picture, not only for your leaves, even for your sales. Okay, My Inbox is just a central entry point. It could be for your employees, it could be for the business analyst, or it could be for anyone who is a decision maker for approving or rejecting any kind of a leaves. Okay, so that decision would be a logical part which would be stored somewhere onto the backend, even programmatically or even logically. Okay, so that is main part of your my Inbox. Now there are a lot of features that will be available for you, and how will the applications send the request for you. So what you will be having, you will be having a application where your application will look like something like this. Okay, your application will look something like this, and what you will have a number of requests. Okay, for example, you are a manager and you have 10 employees working under you. So for everyone requesting any kind of a resource, any kind of a leave, every request would be onto your left panel. Okay, now whenever you click on any of those, what will happen? It will be open onto this. Now here at the bottom, if you see, if it requires further processing, so what it will be accept, or it will be reject, or it will be forward. Okay, so if it is it if he can make a decision, what he'll do, he'll just accept it. If he cannot make the decision, or maybe on someone's behalf he cannot take that decision, what he will do, he will just forward that request. Okay, so that is what your My Inbox will look like. This is also one of the part that you will be able to do when you are dealing with one workflow point. Okay, there are certain other views that you'll be able to see. For every time there would be a request, there would be some kind of a comments that you can put, or if there is any additional requirement that you are not fulfilling, that time also you will have that. For example, let's say it's a capital expenditure request. Your manager requests something into your BTP account, but that request requires a financial involvement. So your manager will not make that financial decisions. So what he will do, he will just forward it to someone who is dealing with the accounts. So once he forward it, it will go to someone who is taking care of the finances. It will move further, and that person will be able to take the decision whether they have the budget or whether they have that position to take the amount invested. Okay, so there is also a capital expenditure request, but is it for a manager? It could be for someone who is involved into the accounts, who is involved into the finances. Is it clear till here? So this is what we had it into your one workflow inbox. Okay, now what is this one workflow inbox doing for us? It is aligning the different processes, different domains. Your manager could be from a different domain. Your the accounts person could be from a different domain. So this is the alignment of different domains, even for your APIs also. Okay, now for example, let's say API. When I'm saying it is the API, it is not necessarily your technical API. It could be your third party. It could be your non-SAP systems also. APIs refers to the application programming interface. It could be anything. Okay, we will be creating going further APIs for our system. Even SAP gives us the flexibility of reusing the existing ones. Okay, embedded and cross product analytics. So for this, what we have data and analytics, we have SAC systems, we have DW, we have DWC systems to take care of this. Okay, now coordinated life cycle management. Okay, now when I say coordinated life cycle management, what is that we are saying? There is some admin who is taking care of the resources allocation, some role associations, and how the application should be managed. These all things are created or taken care by someone who is taking care of the life cycle management. Now end-to-end process blueprint. For example, if I have already existing system, okay, then I can use it as a reference. So that is also possible. This is the technology stack of your BTP into your intelligent enterprise. Okay, now look at the solution areas. Okay, now when I say I'm talking about the solution areas, I'm talking about already available solutions. Okay, for example, if I want to deal with the retail, so there is already available solution. There are certain other tables that are available. If I want to deal with the employees, there is already available solution called as a success factor. If I want to take care of the travel management, there is already available Ariba systems, right? If I want to deal with the e-commerce, what I have is I have the hybrid systems. So these are the solution areas for your SAP. Okay, so some of them are listed like enterprise resource management, your spend management, your human capital management, customer relationship management. And all of these are working with business networks, industry cloud, experience management, and planning. This stack is already discussed. Okay. Now, even though there are different solution areas, okay, even though there are different solution areas available for us, they are mainly categorized into four parts. Okay, that is lead to cash. For example, if I'm dealing with retail, or let's say if I'm dealing with any kind of a materials or the sales, then these all are a part of your lead to cash. Ultimate goal of the business process is to generate the convert the leads to the cash. So we have lead to cash, designed to operate, source to pay, and recruit to retire. If you have any kind of a human resource involvement, then we have a recruit to retire. Okay, so these are all the features of the intelligent enterprises. And what will this help you with? It will help you with the predefined integration, open integration, holistic integration, and AI driven integration. Okay, so these are the types of integration that are available, but what it will be dealing with, either the business processes or either solution areas or the technology. Now what is the responsibility of SAP? Okay, if we look at the positioning of the SAP BTP, we see that one of the most important pillar is the integration. Okay, because if we don't have the right system, for example, if I am dealing with the travel management, what is the system that I should have it in place is the Ariba system. In that case, if I am integrating the success factor system, it will not uh, make sense to my systems. Or let's say by the end of the month, okay, by the end of the month, I want to check, okay, I want to just check how much data, or let's say how much balance is available in my SBI account. Now, if SBI system is integrating with your ICICI database, will it make a sense to you if you access the SBI login? Will it be a relevant integration for you? Will it be a relevant integration for you?
No.
It will not be, because your balance is something, a kind of a data. And if you are dealing with some kind of a data, it should fetch from a particular systems. It should not be from any other servers, right? So for this, for us to deal with that, what it should be a secure and compliant, open and flexible, unified and simple. Okay. If your data is not secure, for example, if you're depositing 10 rupees and it is saying you have deposited 1 rupee, will you accept that? Will you accept that kind of a let's say that kind of a confusion into your credits or debit? Will you accept that? You cannot accept it, because money is something that is very important to us. Okay. Even not for us, even if you say the data, even into your financial institutions, if you are dealing with money, is kind of a data which will be a kind of a responsibility. Okay. So even when your customer is dealing with you, for example, there are a lot of banks that are working with TCS. Okay. Now, why TCS is one of the most important and let's say it's one of the prominent service providers in terms of your banking. Okay. TCS has a lot of banking solutions that are being offered because of the trust. The data that they are taking care of is secure and compliant. Okay. So that is one of the thing. And when you deal with this, what you need to have broad ecosystem. Some systems are there which we need to take care of. Okay. Enterprise grade and scalable, business centric. Okay. This all features are provided to you via the integration, the process integration, API led integration, event based integration, and your data integration. Okay, these are the different types of integrations that are possible. Process integration, for example, the process orchestration is a part of the integration. Your API led integration, there is a third party API which you want to use it. For example, let's say there is a Google Cloud, or let's say there is a Google Maps. For Google Maps, are you going to create a new Google? You're not going to create a new Google account, or let's say new Maps API. So what you will do, you will integrate that API into your system. Let's say you are having a utilities application. So most of, not most of them, but sometimes, okay, there are a lot of utilities that are available in our households itself. We have the electricity, which is a utility. You're not going to create a electricity in your home, right? So what we have a utility providers. For example, if you're staying in Maharashtra, so what you have is a we have a Maharashtra State Board electricity, right? If you're staying in Hyderabad, or if you're staying in any other places, every region has its own utility. Now, by the end of the month, what you have is you have a bill generated for the utilized services, right? So for paying that services, you use bill desk, right? Or what you can use a third party apps also, like Paytm, or let's say Google Pay. So API led integration. So what it is doing, the utility program or the utility provider is giving you the provision to pay for the utilized services via any kind of a third party apps, or let's say any kind of a transaction service provider which you can use. Now in this case, is the utility provider is creating its own bank? So the answer is no. They don't have any mechanism of their own, but they are leveraging the APIs provided by the service provider or the third party providers to get the paytms, to get the payments, right? So that time they are doing this API led integration. Okay, till here, is the utility concept clear for you? Even in our real times, we have everything most of the time, okay, that is based on to the APIs. Even for your banking transactions, even for your normal day-to-day transactions also, we deal with the API. It's just that the things keep unnoticed. Okay. Then we have a event based integration. For example, if I want to do some kind of a action, So for a technical term, it is an event. Okay, so event based integration is some kind of a action that will happen. Okay, and the data integration is via the systems that you will have. Okay, so your integration systems will be dealing with mainly this type of integrations. It is either B2B or B2G. Okay, event-based IoT support, process automation, APIs, connectors. Okay, now when I say about the connectors, what could be the connectors? Connectors are a point, okay, which will establish a connection between two different systems. Okay, this is a configuration part of it, where it is a two-way handshake, or let's say it's a authentication across heterogeneous systems. Okay, continuous access to the best practices through the pre-packed SAP business content. Okay, then what we have is a universe APIs. There are some technical terms which I mentioned. A REST API to work with the universes. Then we have some other things. Okay. Now here, okay, what you have is we have the operations. Okay, whether you want to get it or whether you want to post it. For example, if I want to get my banking details, okay, so what is that? Or let's say I want to get all the transaction details for my current account. So how is that I will get those details? If you want to get any kind of a detail for your banking, what is that you do? This is a get operation for you, right? But
Yes.
technically it would be the post operation for the system, right? Because you are posting your credentials, the username and password you provide, right? Otherwise you don't get the details, even though if you log in via some portals, or let's say your banking portals, if you don't put the, or if you don't post your data, you don't get the relevant details. So there are certain universal APIs that are also available, but where will be able to find those? Okay, so let me show you some of those. I'm just logging in via SAP BTP cockpit. Okay, even you will be able to see that into your systems. Now where should I be able to get my subscriptions? Where will I be able to get the subscriptions for me? It would be under the BTP cockpit for the instances and subscription. Now, whenever I launch my integration suite, I will have some of the capabilities which are offered by the integration suite. So what it will be doing, develop and manage enterprise-wide integration across heterogeneous landscapes. Okay. So what is that I can do? I can build integration scenarios. Here I can discover, design and operate. I can manage the APIs, manage trading partners. For example, if I want to have an integration of systems which is involving trading, or let's say any other business to business. Let's say TCS is one of the partner, and there is one more banking partner, so there would be a trading involved. So what they can do is either they can leverage their existing APIs, or TCS as a service partner, what they can do is they can create a APIs of their own and integrate it across the system, implement interfaces and mappings. Okay, now I want to map. Now I have the right data, right systems. Now if I am not mapping the right data, so it will not be useful for me. So what I am doing, I am either doing a crowdsourcing or machine learning using the integration advisor. Okay, now what is the advisor for you? It will basically suggest you what are the existing things that are available. You can use it. Now technically advisor is a role, is a standard role that is available. Now if I want to find out what is the advisor that is available for me, so what I can do is I can check whether this role is available for me or not. So what I can do, if I want to see, for example, let's say you are an ABAPer. Okay, now if you want to create any object into your SAP systems, now do you need any role to create that object? or everyone is allowed to create an object? Is everyone allowed to create an object? You should have a developer role. Similarly, when you're dealing with your integration, you need to have a integration advisor role. Now, if this role is assigned to me, where will I be able to find it? So what you have to do is you have to check this integration advisor role, go to your security. Okay, now just go to your security and you will have a user who is allowed for that particular access. Okay, now as of now, see that there are some users that are available, they will be given some access. Okay, now if I want to see what are the roles that they are allowed to, so I have a role collection. Okay, now that person is allowed to work as a business application studio admin, business application developer, and extension developer, cloud connector admin, connectivity and destination. Now I have this integration advisor. Okay, now for example, if you are launching, okay, if you are trying to launch this, okay, and the moment you try to launch it, what it will say is your integration advisor role. Okay, sometimes it happens that your roles are missing. So what SAP is doing, SAP will say that this role or this access is missing. So what you have to do is you have to take a role name. Okay, just take a role name and then just switch back to your roles. Okay, just switch back to your roles, and after that there is a list of roles that will be available. Okay, there's a list of the roles that will be available. There are as of now 184. Okay, 184 roles that are available, out of which onto the first screen the 20 will be visible. Now in case if you want to add few more roles, what you can do is you can configure roles. We have a provision of creating a role collection also. Now what will this role collection be? It will be a custom group of roles that you want to create. This is basically taken care by your admins. Okay, but as of now let me show you that role which I am looking for. Okay, so for me I want to look for the integration advisor role. Okay, now because that role has been already assigned to my user, it is not getting populated over here, but under my user, let me show you that. Under the particular role collection I should be having that role. Okay, I have this role over here. Now if you look at this, okay, now if you look at this, what we have a proper hierarchy of our roles. Okay, a user who is assigned with the role collection, and with the role collection you would have a role. Okay, so it is roles which are being assigned to the role collection, and role collection is a group of roles that is assigned to the user. This is one of the diagrammatic representation that you will have into your exams also. Okay, so when you appear for your SAP certifications or some kind of other certification, this is also one of the question that comes in, like what is the hierarchy of the roles. There is a mapping that you will have. Okay, now for me, if I ask you, is the user allowed for 1:1 or 1:many roles? What will be your answer? I mean, it is just a question. Will it be 1:1 for a user and a role, or will it be 1:n? What will it be? 1:n. And how is that justified? Yes, we will be having 1:n as a user to roles, or even if it is a role collection, it could be 1:n. Okay, if you want to group a particular role, if you want to group particular roles into a role collection, even you have a provision of creating one. What you can do is you can create a role collection over here. I'll just do it for you. Custom role, I'll just type it. I'll just give it as a description. I'll just create it. Now what will happen is a role will be created. But are there any roles? So the answer is no. Now if I go and try to use it for a different user, I can do it. Okay. But here I have to just edit it. Now it will ask me there are different user that are there. I can use it. Okay. Even for your groups, I can do the same. Even the role names, there are a lot of role names that are available. For example, let's say I want to go with the admin. Okay. Now there are different types of admins that are available. I just want to go with the cloud connector admin. I'll just add it. Okay. Now this has been done. Now just save it. Now I want to assign this custom role to my user. So what I can do is I can go to the user, and then what I'll do is I'll just go over here. Okay, I have a role collection. Now this has been assigned to this. Okay, so it will take some time to be in effect. That is how you can even create your roles, and even you can assign it. Okay, so that was one of the role which we needed. That is a integration advisor. Okay, even your customization of roles is possible via the role collections. Okay, now what we have is a so similarly there would be different types of roles that you can do. Now you have this API management. Now we have just seen the capabilities of your integration suite. Okay, now in your integration suite what you have is you have the API management. Okay, now what we are dealing with is the API management. Okay, API management is also a part of your integration suite. Okay, the service runs in the following environment: Neo environment, Cloud Foundry environment. Now what are the two more environments that are available for us, or the runtimes that are available for us? What are the two more environments that are available for us? Even if you are into the trial account, you'll be able to see one at least. There is the schema and the ABAP runtime. Okay, so there are two more runtimes that are available for us depending on to the procurement. So we have a new environment, we have a Cloud Foundry environment. Okay, now whenever I say the API management, okay, there are some of the features that are available for us. That is create omni-channel experience. Okay, now what will this do? Use API designer and open APIs to create a omni-channel mobile experience across the devices. Okay, now let's say, now if I want to find out what are the APIs that are available for us, so what we have is a API management. Okay, but what this SAP has provided? SAP has provided us with the API hub. Okay, this is called as a business accelerator hub, which will help you with the integrations, extensions, and innovation. For example, if you want to leverage the existing APIs, what you have to do is you have to first log in. Okay, now when you log in it, what it will do, it will provide you with the access key, which will act as a secure mechanism in order to get the integration. So with the API hub, what you can do is you can discover, okay, either the product, processes, and the partners. For example, let's say I want to explore a business process, whether it is recruit to retire, lead to cash, source to pay, or plan to fulfill. Okay, now for example, let's say I am dealing with this. Okay, now in this recruit to retire, there are certain other solution variants that are available, whether you want to go with the cloud, whether you want to do it with a hybrid or some other things. Now I am someone who is new to the system. Okay, I'm someone who is new to the system. I don't want to deal with the discovery mechanism, but what I want to do is I want to identify the partners. Okay, so depending on to the partners, I can even identify. Now, if I want to do it via the product, so what I can do is there are certain other products. Let's say I have your, so what are the products that are available? Whether I want to go with the S4 HANA cloud, whether I want to go with the S4 HANA, whether I want to go with the BTP. These are some of the products that SAP has listed. For the success factor, we would have some employees API. For Ariba, we would be having the spend management, we would be having some other things, the field glass and the Concur. Now, what I wanted to deal with is I want to see if there is something which is related to the sales. Okay, so what I will do is I want to check for the sales, but I need to know first the product. So what I will do, I will go with the BTP as a product. Okay, now in my BTP as a product, there are certain APIs, there are certain events. Okay, whether you want to do it with the clinical study events, clinical trials, or the process events. Now for me, I just want to deal with the APIs. Right now my situation is I want to just have an investment onto the APIs. Okay, so now there are a lot of APIs that are available. Okay, now business rules API is also available. Billing is there. I want to have a billing, but what I need the open connectors. Now let's say I want to do it with the BTP for the sales. Okay, now inside the BTP, I want to deal with the sales. Now related to the sales, there are 5 APIs. Okay, now let's say IRPA. Okay, this is, I don't think so it is giving the relevant result. Let me do it via a different search. It's not giving the relevant data. It should have given the relevant data. Here it is. Okay, now I want to have a cloud, but for the sales. So what is this giving me? It is giving me a ready to use API. Now if there is someone, let's say I have a system into which I want to show some data for a customer demonstration. Okay, so in that case what I will do is I will just directly go and use a API hub. Okay, in this API hub, what I can do is I can use the API reference. Okay, now depending on to the operations that I need, I'll be using either the sales order. Now, if I want to deal with the sales order, what I have is I have this sales order. Now, inside the sales order, there are different requests that you can make. Either you can make a customer order creation. Let's say sales order, get customer creation. Now here, what I am getting, I am directly getting a kind of a result that I can use. Okay, now in my sales order, get data. Okay, in my sales order, get data, what I'll have is I'll have some kind of a information. Now, for example, if you are someone, or let's say you are a developer, SAP Fiori application developer. Okay, now in that case, you have to wait till the time OData is not available, right? Now, instead of waiting for that OData, what I can do is I can integrate this already available solution and use it for a demonstration. Even there are certain other fields that will be available for you. For example, sales group ID, sales office ID, sales organization ID. This all things, instead of waiting for that OData, I can get it from the API Hub. Now, what is this enabling me? This is enabling me to save the time and do the presentation. Okay, this is one of the feature that you get it with the API Hub. This is already available into your integration suite also. That you, what you can do is you can go to your integration, manage APIs, right? There are certain hook points that you will be able to get it via the manage API. Okay. Now there is one more thing that you will have it. Secure your digital assets interfaces. Okay. Now when I am dealing with my application, there is a API key. Now here what you will have is, okay, you'll have this key. Okay, you can close, copy and close this, and then you will have a tryout version for this. What you can do is you can go with the sandbox environment, or you can add a new environment. Okay, what you have to do is you have to tell what kind of a data that you want to access. Now here if you see, you would have a domain. Now this domain is referring to the endpoints that you will get it from here. Okay, so this would be a kind of a domain that you would get. Everyone will have a different domain while you access it. But where is the security mechanism being taken care of? Your security mechanism will be taken care of into your API as a configuration. Okay, so your API hub will be the the API key will be the one that would be provided. Okay, so that is one of the thing that will do the secure mechanism for you. Okay, till here is it clear for you? Even if you want to try out this API hub, you can give it a try. Okay, this is freely available and this is for the exploration. Later on, when we integrate your API hub into your CAP applications, that time I'll be able to show you how you can have that entities or your entity sets into your applications. Okay, without creating anything, you can use the existing schema into your applications. Okay, manage the end-to-end life cycle of the API, scale billions of API to unlock new opportunities, new business potential, and add the additional values. For example, I am dealing with the application which needs a business partners. Okay, now if I need the business partners, what I can do is there is a API which is available for me. Okay, what we have is a business partners API. Okay, what you can do is you can directly check what are the business partners that are available. Okay, so if you want to check what are the business partners, you will have the application types and few other things which are available for you. Okay, so your name, your first name, your business partner ID, there are certain other details that will be available, so you can integrate the existing ones also into that part. Now API management enables you for engaged developers and partners. API business hub. Okay, what you have is you will have already existing ones, you can integrate them. Okay, grow new revenue systems. Even there is a provision for you as a partner or for you as a customer, if you want to have your innovations deployed onto your API hubs, you can do that also. Okay, grow new revenue streams. You can monetize this. For example, if you are providing some kind of a solution or some kind of a API onto your API hub, you will also get paid for that. But there is a different process to get those things in place. But you can do that. Okay, evolve B2B integrations, business to business integrations. Okay, now SAP graph. Okay, what we have is a SAP graph. So there is a graph that you'll be able to see. Now, for example, I want to launch a SAP graph. So what we have is we have a graph navigator over here. Okay, now For me, I wanted to use a graph. Okay, but what it is saying that the access is denied. To access the graph navigator, your user requires a graph navigator dot viewer role. Okay, now from the role collection. Now where it is asking me to go to, it is asking me to go to the SAP BTP cockpit security. Okay, this is basically the path for me. Cockpit security role collection. Now, will anyone be able to help me? Now, I want to go with the graph navigator viewer role. I want to assign it to the user that has been logged in. Okay, now help me with that. How will I be able to find this graph navigator dot viewer role? Where should I log in? To get this role, it is missing. Okay, if I want to have access for this graph, I am not able to do so. So where is that I am supposed to log in? Where is that I am supposed to log in? We have already discussed it before the break, right? I will go to my sub account. Okay, I am on to my sub account. Now inside the sub account, I am going to the roles. Okay, I am going to the roles. Now once I go to the roles, I should be able to find that role. If I'm not able to find that role under this, I can also go to the role collection. Now what is the name of that role? It is graph, right? Now this role is there. Okay, now where is it available? It is available under your sub account security and the role collection. That was the path. Now I want to assign this to my user. So how is that I'm supposed to do? I'll go to this path. Okay, there is this user. I will edit this. Okay, I will use a default identity provider and I will check for the role. Okay, now once I have assigned this role to the user, I will save it. Okay, now once it has been saved, what it will say, I will check if this has been assigned to my user. I will go to the users. Okay, the user that I have assigned this role to, I will just go with the role collection. I will check if it has been assigned. So my role collection has been assigned to this user. Okay, now once the assignment is done, okay, what you can do is you can go to your portal, try to refresh that. If you're not able to refresh it, what you can do is you can relaunch that. Okay, there would be a list of the roles that would be available for you. Okay, whether you want to go with the developer or whether you want to go with the configurations, there would be some roles that will always be available for you. Let me try to search if there are few of the roles that I've missed. Sometimes it takes time to have those roles in effect. Okay, even though the role has been assigned now, it is still taking time. So what we can do is we can come back tomorrow onto the same point and check if it is available for us. Okay, if it is not, I'll see if there are additional rules that are being missed. Okay, so this SAP graph is available also via your integration. Okay, so SAP graph facilitates the creation of a business graph data. Okay, which includes some number of entities and connections, which offers the out of the box data graphs. Okay, these are certain other features that are available. Now, what are the benefits that you will get is you will be able to use the graph brings several benefits for both enterprise IT and the developers. It will help you by saving your time. Okay, it will help you by saving your efforts in creating a new schema or in creating your new definitions for accessing that particular schema. So what it is saving your time. Okay. Now integration with the API management, it will reduce your payload. Okay, it reduces your payload modifications, and there are certain the features that are available. Now what is SAP cloud integration that you have is SAP cloud integrations helps you to connect cloud and on-premise applications with other SAP and non-SAP cloud and on-premise applications. Okay. Now, when I'm saying this cloud integration, there are two types of integration. It is cloud to cloud. Okay. One is via cloud to cloud, and one is via on-prem to cloud. Okay. For example, if you have already deal with the Fiori applications. Okay. Now, is it like your applications are also having the same data onto the same systems? Do you have that data every time into the same system, or are you fetching it from the ABAP stack? How is it? Are you having every time the data onto the same systems, or it could be onto the different systems also? There is a possibility that it could be onto the different systems also. For example, if there is a application which is using a microservice, then it will not be hosted onto your SAP system. It could be a non-SAP systems. That is why we say it could be on premise onto the different systems also. Okay, the service can process messages in real-time scenarios spanning different companies, organizations, and departments within one organizations. This is also possible. Okay, there are different features like implement diverse scenarios, connect to multiple endpoints, customize SAP integration scenarios. Okay, there is also the possibility for that. Okay, even you can develop the custom adapters, which we have already discussed, that the partners are unable with having a different integration. Okay, they can add their own APIs, and those APIs can also be integrated by other partners, which will help us with their monetization also. Okay, access public APIs. The APIs which are hosted onto the API hubs are the public APIs that are available for the usage, but they are secured via API keys. Okay, so every time you try to log in, you need to provide a key, or what you can do is you can store those keys into your configurations. Okay, we have a point. Okay, we have a connectivity, so your destinations are there. Okay, you will have a destination. Now this destination talks about, if I want to create a destination, what it is saying, it is talking about your name type, description, URL, and the proxy. Means what? It is talking about your cloud to cloud configurations. Okay, your cloud to cloud configurations is done via destinations, where some system will be able, you will be able to access some systems onto your BTP cockpit directly via accessing it as a destinations. One is your cloud connectors. Now, when I say about the cloud connectors, it is showing not connected. Okay, there is no cloud connector to this sub account. In future, what we are going to do is there is a cloud connector that will be provided to you. Okay, that cloud connector, you can configure it over here. But cloud connectors are the part of your on-prem systems. So here into your connectivity, either you can connect to your remote systems or you can connect to your cloud connectors. This is also possible even via your APIs also. Okay. So set up a secure and reliable communication, which we are doing it via your keys. Okay. Now the features also include implement various communication modes. Okay. Now when I'm talking about the communication modes, what it is talking about, orchestrate business processes and integrate data in synchronous as well as asynchronous scenarios. First, a request need to be made and the response is there. There is a possibility that your request gets processed and then you get the reply. That is your asynchronous scenario. Okay, that is also possible. Integrate with the SAP process orchestration, so that is also possible. Okay, now what are the tools that will help you? Okay, what are the tools that will help you with the API integration in API integration into your SAP BTP cockpit? Okay, the cockpit is also one of the tool that is there. That is, a cockpit is a central point for managing all the activities associated with your sub account and accessing the key informations for your applications. We have the endpoints, we would have the applications deployed, we have a adapter development kit. Okay, that is also there. Then we discussed just now about your cloud connector. It serves as a link between on-demand applications in SAP BTP and existing on-prem systems. Okay, you can also have it for your cloud applications in those systems. The integration suite a dashboard. Okay, so where is this dashboard? Once you try to navigate to your integration hub or your integration suite, this is called as your dashboard. Now, whenever you have your dashboard, you will be able to have this. Now see, now once the graph was assigned, okay, now I have designed, sorry, I have assigned this role of a graph. Earlier this symbol was not available. Okay, earlier the symbol was not available for me. Now what I can do is I can design the artifacts. There is no graph that is available. I can have the model extension that is also not available. So I can create it from a file. Okay. All I need to do is I need to provide a file. But as of now, I don't have a file. So what try to do is I'll try to do it by the model extensions. Even for this, in order to comply with the EU General Protection Data Guidelines, doesn't enter personal data. There are a lot of restrictions, I guess. Extension files are also there. Now, when I talk about the extension files, there is a possibility that a integration flow, okay, whenever you design your integration, there is an integration flow that gets created. I'm not sure why it is not allowing me for the create or the design. It will basically open a portal. It will have one URL. Okay, what you have to do is you have to access that URL in order to design. Okay, so whenever you do that, it will show you a graph-like structure where you can add the systems, even you can integrate the systems, even you can access the remote systems. Okay, that is also possible at that point. Let's see if there's anything missing. Okay, so that is one of the integrations with dashboard. Okay, system scope in the Cloud Foundry environment. What you have is a resources. You can have the scope, you can have a JMS queries. These are the queries. I'm not sure what is this referring to. Just give me a second. I'll just check this part further and let you know. Message processing, log persistence. Okay, disk spaces. Now, where will you be able to find those disk spaces? You'll be able to find it when you create those. Okay, even if you try to create it on your own, you should be able to see that spaces. I think there is something that has been missed while we created. Message brokers are also there. Business events we have already discussed. Scalability and customization. There are certain additional features that are available. Okay, open connectors, which we have seen already. This is the theoretical concepts that you will have it about. Can anyone share their screen at this point and just see if there are roles that are available for you? Can you try to log in into your SAP trial account? So if that is the case for anyone else, what you can do is just go to your global account level. Just go to your global account level once. Trial home, log in inside. Onto your left, you have the boosters, right? Try to search for the integration suite, please. Yeah, started once. There's the start option, right? Even at this point, you will have the components which you can use it. Even you will have the additional resources. Okay, so once you try to do that, it will give you some other roles. Sometimes it happens that once you subscribe to a service, then you might not have the roles. Okay, so just do the next. See here also you will have those design, develop, manage API, extend non-SAP, and manage interfaces. Just click all of those. Scroll it down. Just check if you have checked everything. Yeah, it's done. Just move to the next. Okay, just try to finish it. It will take some time. Okay, assigning service quotas. Now you see, instead of manually me doing that role assignment, what it will do, it will create on its own. Now assigning role collection, there is a possibility that every role I might not be aware of, but your booster for sure is aware of what are the dependent roles also required. So it will do on its own once you run a booster. Can you just check why it is failing? There is an arrow that is available. Just try to scroll it. Process integration runtime. Just hold on. Solution. What is the solution that it is providing you? Scroll down. Please wait for the capability to activate and then execute the booster. Okay. See, now here your plan integration flow and plan API is not being successfully created, or the booster is not capable to run this. So what you can do is just close this point, just close it for time being. Okay. Now what you can do is just go back again to your services and subscription, instances and subscription onto your sub account level. First go to your trial home. Okay, first go to your trial home. Okay, log in inside that. Okay, now again go to your trial account. What you have is instance and subscription. See here, the instance is not created. It was saying that the error was there because of the instance. Just click onto that instance. Okay. Now what it is saying? It is saying both of these have failed. Okay. Now try to navigate. There is an arrow button. Now what you have is you have to look for the role that is available. It is a service name, right? It's a service name that has failed. There are three dots at the top. There are three dots at the top of your view credential beside that. Click that. It is asking for the view parameters. Can you check that parameters? Okay. What you can do is there is a service that is available. Click onto that service. It would be some kind of a URL. Just click on that. Okay. Now, what are the service plans that are there? Service plans. This is saying that it is active. Here you see that there is no active status. If it is active for you, it should be showing you the status. Now try to create that. Okay. Now choose a name, some name you try. PIR, just you type it because it's a process integration runtime. So you can give it a name PIR. And make sure you are, whenever you are using an instance name, try to make it in small letters. The service creation is in progress. Close this one. For the second one also, you have to check. Now see, the instance is available. Active is one instance. Again, you give the name, but this time the plan is the API. So what you can do is PIR API or API PIR. Anything should be fine. Just try to go with the next. Is there anything that we are missing? The roles it is talking about, just scroll down. See, now here there are a lot of categories that you need. So just try to see if there is relevant role that you require. Now, if you don't know like what is the role that is required, what you can do is just cancel it for a minute. Just click anywhere outside, just cancel this. Discard it for time being. Now here what you have is these roles are required, but here if you see this API is a plan, description is there, and then here you have a more option. If you look at this more, what you can do is you can again go to the instances and subscription and check for if the roles are there. Now click onto the instances. Okay, again it is failing. Can you just expand it a little more? Just select that. Click to select. Here you have that process integration and can you click onto that once again? There is a documentation part that will always be available. Here you have the support and documentation. Okay, click onto that. So every time if there's anything that is being missed onto your part, right, you will always have the documentations available for you. Just accept that part. See now here into your cloud integration, there are few other features that will be available. Scroll it down. See now what is the environment that you needed? You needed a Cloud Foundry environment. So you can even get started with here because see now there are two environments that are available. But what is the environment that you're working with? You're working with the Cloud Foundry environment. So if you click on to the Cloud Foundry environment, Now here into your security, you just go to the security. Onto your left palette, you have a security option. Try to scroll it down. See, in identity and access management, role protection. Here there would be a lot of roles that are required. So you have to pick up the role that is required for you. Okay. So if I can have this system in place from tomorrow. Okay. But this is how you have to even solve the errors if there are something that is being missed onto your system. See, it is not necessary that everything, even if you run, even just the subscription is not enough. Okay, now even you see that you have subscribed to that service, but that service is not fully available for you because there are certain background rules or the dependent rules that are being missed. So that is why you run the boosters. What I can do is tomorrow I'll show you into my trial account. Maybe it will take some time, but I'll make sure to show you that part. Okay.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. How does the integration between SAP Fiori and SAP BTP benefit organizations? Option A, it allows for the development of custom SAP Fiori apps. Option B, it enables the deployment of SAP Fiori apps on premises. Option C, it provides a unified platform for managing SAP Fiori apps. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP Fiori with BTP course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Fiori, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply planning and logistics. From ensuring sufficient product availability to smooth transportation, we've got you covered. From the basics to advanced techniques, our course has it all. Crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to guide you every step of the way and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP Fiori with BTP? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So what we are going to do is we are going to come up with the Q&As that we completed for the integration suite yesterday. Okay. So what is the primary purpose of the SAP integration suite? First is a manage enterprise resource planning, facilitate communication between different software applications, generate financial reports, create user interfaces for mobile applications. So we'll try to follow the eliminate strategy so that we are left with the most feasible answers. What is the answer for that? Integration is basically establishing the communication between the different systems or the different softwares. So for us, we have B as an answer. Okay. Now, what does ISAM stands for in the context of the SAP integration suite? So one more thing is, which we have it as a ISAM model is, it's an integration solution advisory methodology. Okay, it will help you to decide which solution. 1 minute. This is a methodology. Okay, which will help you to decide what kind of a solution or what kind of a systems could be integrated. There is a proper diagram also. So now what we have with the ISAM is, this is basically used by people who will be able to decide what systems. Basically, SAP is using this, or they will assist you when you want to integrate different systems. They will help you to decide the governance, the domains, okay, the integration styles, the use case pattern. For example, if I want to integrate any kind of a manufacturing units, so SAP will have some kind of a solution which they have already integrated for manufacturing. So what they will have this methodology, there is also a cost involved into that. So they have a what is that pricing tool associated with it. So they will be using that. Okay, we didn't discuss more about it, but it is used by someone who is able to take care of the financial as well as your architect level decisions. Okay, so both the parties are involved, your client and the service providers will be involved when you follow this ISAM methodology. Okay, so it stands for solution advisory methodology. So for that we have a answer as a methodology. Okay, what is the main objective of API management in SAP integration suite? We have seen a API hub yesterday. So out of this A, B, and C, what is the answer?
It's B.
It's B. Simplify the creation, consumption, and the management of APIs. We have a central point called as the API hub. Whether the other partners have created, that will be available for the consumption, and management of the APIs is also visible with the help of the different products or the different solutions that are listed onto your API hub. Okay, which component of SAP integration suite is used for creating B2B mapping, business to business mapping? It is a SAP graph, cloud integration, enterprise messaging, or your API management for your business to business B2B. What is the answer for this? What does a B2B represents? Is it only the business or is it only the software? It could be the systems also, right? So component of your SAP integration suite is used for creating B2B mappings. When I say B2B mappings, are the companies talking? No, they're talking about the systems. When a system is involved, what component it is using? Is it a graph, integration, enterprise messaging, or the API management? So let's try to discard this one. Okay. So when I say API management, it is dealing with the APIs. Okay. When I talk about the enterprise messaging, it is talking about the endpoints. When I'm talking about the SAP graph, it is talking about the data that is already present for me. So out of all the three, B is the option that we can use. Okay, so the cloud integration is the answer for that. Now, what are the main components of the cloud integration in SAP integration suite? API provider, cloud connector, integration advisor, integration content advisor, on-prem data gateway, event mesh. API provider, on-prem data gateway, and integration advisor. D is a cloud connector, integration content advisor, and event mesh. So what is the answer for this? So for the fifth, we have B as an answer. Okay, when you want to integrate on-prem data, event mesh is a concept. Okay, where you want to receive the endpoints, the event mesh is a kind of a concept that was already available as a service. Okay, so it is a kind of a service that we have. So if you want to see, there are a lot of plans that are available. Okay, even your application plans are also available. For example, let's say you have connected any of your Ariba systems and you want to see what is the kind of a transaction that is happening. Or let's say there is a hybrid system which you have integrated using the integration suite, and then you want to check what are the number of orders that are generated into the hybrid system. So in that case, you can use an event mesh. Okay. So for us, we have B as an answer. Which feature of SAP enterprise messaging ensures reliable message delivery? Message queuing, event mesh, message routing, message broker. What could be the answer? Because we have not gone in depth for this. So what we'll do is I'll just leave this question on hold for time being. Once I demonstrate you the integration suite, that time I'll tell you how is this possible. Okay. What is the purpose of SAP graph into the integration suite? Is it taking care of your SSO logins or something? No, right? visualizing data flow in real time. Are we dealing with the integration of analytics in the SAP graph? So the answer is no. Okay. Simplifying API creation for the SAP systems. Are we creating any kind of APIs in SAP graph? No, we don't have that. What we have is we had this onto your, I think I didn't subscribe to that. So this is also not the answer. Okay. Now analyzing performance matrix of the API. Are you analyzing any kind of a data? We are trying to analyze some kind of a performance metrics, but the metrics is something which could be anything. So here also we don't have this option, but this is a little bit tricky for us. So when it is saying simplifying API creations for the SAP systems, okay, so this is the answer for you for this SAP graph. Now when I say SAP graph, there are few more features about your SAP graph. Extending traditional API management. Okay, the APIs that are already available for you enables you to expose the business data using either your REST services, either using your SOAP services, or either using your OData services. Now, these services are considered as an API for your applications. So what we can say that it will be simplifying your APIs also. So this is the answer for your seventh question. Okay, besides SAP graph, besides demonstrating just the graphical representations, besides just consuming your data, this is also one of the feature that you can do using the SAP graph in integration suite. Okay, so for seventh we have C as an answer because it is simplifying the API creation across the different systems, across the different REST service creations or the components. Okay, now 8, in the context of SAP integration suite, what is the recommended approach to perform the comprehensive integration? Using point-to-point connections for the simplicity. Second is employing third-party middleware exclusively. Third is adhering to the standard integration patterns and using an integration platform. Fourth is avoiding cloud-based solution due to the security reasons. Now for us, we are aware that your integration suite is secure and reliable. So can we discard the last option? Can we discard the last option?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We are discarding this option. Okay. Now using point-to-point connectivity for simplicity. When I'm saying point to point, it could represent 1:1 system, which could be of a same stack. Now, are you trying to use the same stack or the heterogeneous stack is also possible? We have third-party integration also, right? So is it the thing? Can we discard the option A? We are not simplifying anything over here. Okay, look at the answers. We are trying, it is saying that we are for the simplicity, but we can integrate the complex systems also, even your third party systems also. So A is not the answer for us. Employing third party middleware. Okay, we are not dealing with any kind of a middleware. We have SAP provided connectors called as the open connectors, and there are connection points which are available. So it is talking about the third party, but it is talking about the middleware also, and that too exclusively. So we are not going to consider option B as well for us. Okay, but what we have is we have a ISAM methodology, so which is adhering to the standard integration pattern using an integration platform. So for us, for 8, we have C as an answer. Okay, which component in the SAP integration suite allows you to explore available APIs in the SAP ecosystem? I'm sure everyone would answer this. Yes. So we have the API management for that purpose. Okay. What is the main benefit of using open connectors in the SAP integration suite? Answer is A. Simplify the integration of a third-party applications. B. Enable direct access to the SAP database. Provide offline data synchronization capabilities. Automate API creation for the SAP system. So let's try to use a discarded options again. Now, are you accessing the database? So the answer is no. We are not dealing with any kind of a database over here. Third is provide offline data synchronization capabilities. We are not applying any kind of a provisioning techniques. We are not applying any kind of a data clearance or data involvement. So the synchronization of a data is also not the option. Okay. Last one is automate it API creation for SAP system. With the connectors. Okay, when we are talking about the connectors, we are not dealing with the automation. When we have the APIs, we have the SAP graph, we have the API management systems to serve the purpose. So for us, D is also not the option. But what we have is simplify the integration of a third-party applications. Connectors means establishing the connections between different systems. Okay, so for us, we have A as the option. Okay, are all the questions clear for you? None of the options are correct, but ISM, if you want to see, it stands for your advisory. Okay, so if you want to see this, we have a different option. This option is not written over here.
So as the name suggests, right, extension suite. So there is something is already existing, and the suite will help us to extend it. How we can extend the existing applications. Okay, so let me go to the next part of it. Okay, so what are the types of extensions we have it? We have in-app extensibility. Okay, and we have side-by-side extensibility. Okay, these are the two things what we have it. So, and what kind of extensions we might need to do? Maybe Venu, I would ask you here, what kind of extensions probably we might need to do for applications, right? So when we talk about the front end part, we have a view extensions, we have a control extensions. Perfectly right. What else we might need to extend? We might have the OData also, right? From front end side, we have view applications. Okay, means view and controller, which we might need to extend. From backend side, we have OData. OData also might require us to replace or extend it, right? So these are the see, when we talk about the applications, right, what are the potential things what we need to change it? Okay, the one thing is from front end side, the another thing is from back end side. When we talk about the front end, as Varun was already clearly mentioned, view, okay, and the controller. View means whatever the look and feel what we have on the screens, okay, and the bindings, right? That is the thing. And controller means whatever the logic we have put it on the front end side to get that binding to do the CRUD operations, create, update, read, delete operations. Okay. And when we, in order to do the CRUD operations, we need some kind of API which is connecting with the backend systems. Okay. So, and when we go to the backend systems, there's the OData, right, which we may need to extend it. And sometimes, we have to extend that we need to create the entity or we need to change the existing code in order to extend the OData API. So that can be based on the scenario, based on the requirement. There are a lot of things probably we need to understand that what can be required to be changed. So what is SAP Extension Suite? SAP Extension Suite now leverage the data provided by integration suites, adds UX, processes, and development capabilities on top of it. Okay. Which we are going to say today itself. Okay, what kind of UX is already been available. First of all, Exchange Suites comes with the based on methodologies, guidance, and guidelines for the customers to implement the how to extend the existing part with the best UX, process integration, and very efficiently cloud-based developer tools. Okay, so this is what we have it. Okay, so non-SAP, SAP, we can connect with the extension suite. Extension suite was available as part of service, but now it is not. I can also showcase you. We had a different service called extension suite. Now we don't have it. Okay, and extension suite, we have integration suite, and we have methodologies, the governance of it. So and on-premise and a cloud. Okay, when if our Fiori applications are working from on-premise one, right? So we can extend the backend part of it. We can also extend the front-end part of it. But what does it mean by cloud here? See, SAP, when we talk about the SAP, right? Apart from BTP, there are many solutions are working on cloud itself, like SAP SuccessFactors, SAP Ariba, SAP Concur, SAP, Fieldglass, right? All these solutions are working on cloud. Okay, so even those solutions can be extended. Okay, and we can put the extensions part onto the BTP. Okay, and we can still run the applications and it will work. Okay, so not only when we say about the extension, we use the word applications. That applications, it does not necessary to be only the Fiori applications. It can be a extensions of Ariba, SuccessFactors, and any kind of SAP cloud solutions also, non-SAP cloud solutions also. Okay, so even from cloud side, even from on-premise side, we can have the extension. We can do the extensions. We can change and we can deploy it back. Based on the requirement, we need to decide where it needs to be deployed. Okay, sometimes we may need to deploy to the BTP, sometimes we may need to deploy to somewhere else. Okay, feel free to stop me if any questions. Okay, because this is also a requirement from your project also. Okay, this is the same, whatever we have explained here, it is the same thing, it has been explained. On left hand side, you see the cloud solutions, SAP, non-SAP, and right hand side, on-premise solutions. On-premise means a physical service, right? SAP, non-SAP, and non-SAP can also be referred as the legacy systems. Okay, and the categorization is pretty easy: integration and extension suite. Okay, why did the SAP come up with the options for extension suite? Okay, because SAP understand, okay, that they are providing lot of Fiori applications by default. Okay, and I'll also take a leverage to show you Fiori app library one more time. Okay, I'll take simple one. My bad. Product version. I'll take. Okay, I'll take this one. So in this particular SAP S4 HANA, okay, version product version was something 2022, right? 2022. Okay, in that case, SAP provides 2505 applications by default, guys. Okay, I'm using the word by default. Okay, so all these applications are already ready, working for the standard process. You just activate the services. Okay, and activate the nodes and services, and these applications are ready to serve on the fly. Okay, but each of the customers has their own requirement or extensions or modifications done in the systems. Okay, in that case, the standard applications will not work as it is. Okay, so yes, SAP provides standard applications. You don't have to build the UI. You do not have to build the OData services. But if the customer has enhanced its systems for their custom processes, okay, in that case, this all these applications cannot be utilized as it is, right? Even this application needs to be modified on slightly or made to the major changes, probably based on the business requirement. So in that case, SAP does understand, okay, that They're, they're providing all these applications by default, but what is the use if customer are not going to leverage this part, because they are also having the extension, the standard process has been enhanced or extended. Okay, so in that case they does provides extension suite, okay, that you can use these applications. Okay, I'll open any one application randomly. Okay, I'll go to the implementation. Okay, so here on this application they already provided the front end applications part. Okay, so you can open this application inside your business application studio. There would be a points. Okay, let me also open this one. There would be extensions points given inside the business applications studio. Okay, it's a general one. It's not specific to that particular application. Okay, so you can open these applications and we can check it out. What are the extensions points are available where you can freely code. If not, we can also copy the applications. We can also replace the views and controllers also, and which we can take it forward. Okay, so all these are feasible options, and if SAP is giving these options, then only it makes sense that client or partners will try to access or leverage the benefits of all these standard applications, the by default applications, because they are also giving options to extend it in a easy manner. This is respond. Okay, I'll just try to find some other applications meanwhile. Okay. Okay, so I just picked another application, Mindbox. If you see Mindbox, okay, if I can see the extensibility points, okay. So see, look at the extension points are available. Extension points, okay, for application, for views, for each of the view, if you want to modify, for each of the controllers, they have ask us, the points are available. Okay, we call it hook. Okay, and even for extensions the OData service in the backend, these are the OData services are being used, and these are the extension points are already available for this OData services. So this is the name of the OData services, and these are the extension points are already been given, and for what purpose we need to extend it. So this is the kind of the flexibility SAP does provide, okay, in order to extend any kind of application, so that client and partners will try to leverage the maximum benefits of the existing applications what SAP is trying to build it. Because if you see, right, only for one version, okay, SAP is spending SAP is giving 2,500 plus applications. So look at the time SAP might have given in order to build all these applications. It's a tremendous, right? And if client is not using, it doesn't make sense for them to continue investing a lot of manpower for that one. Yeah, digital experience, digital process automation, and development efficiency, what we have it. Okay, why they call it development efficiency? Because okay, they provide the extensions points, okay, and they does provide the standard applications also. So combination of that one, it would be easy for us. So digital experience, okay, the applications can work in a mobile, launchpad, Fiori, workzone, conversational AI, okay. Process automations, we have a workflow management, we have IRPA, it is called a BPA, that is process automation, and live process content and process mining, okay. And the developer efficiency, when we call it as a business application studio, which help us, which is the editor basically, in which we can create or extend any kind of applications. The SDKs are provided, the low code, no code tools. Okay, so these all are the kind of supporting for the development team. Okay, for creating the application, support packages. Okay, and the capability of the framework itself, low code, no code tools. Okay, so you can just drag and drop, and you can bind it. Your application can be ready on the fly. The DevOps and event driven architecture. Okay. So this is a good examples what we have it. Okay, when focus on this part. Okay, this is the standard part we have it, classic one. Okay, so in which we used to add the extension of the web GUI, web dynapro, BAPIs, function modules. Okay, even the standard reports also we can add it. we used to had. So this is the kind of extensions what we do. Okay, and even there are certain hook points were given for each one. Okay, for each of the objects, it can be a separate hook points were given where if you can write your code with the given hook points. Okay, and if you want to do the explicit and implicit announcement, okay, even that can be done with the above. Okay, so when we talk about the classic part of it, it is all about the implicit announcement and explicit announcement. Implicit means, there are some hook points were given where you do the coding. Explicit means, you have to replace the standard codes and then you do the, you can add your own code. Okay, so implicit and explicit, we need to choose as the last option, and even the explicit one we need to avoid as much as we can. Otherwise, that's the very last option. With the get approval, we can, do the explicit announcement. Okay. Now coming back to the BTP side of it. So what is available as part of the extension suite? What SAP is talking a lot. Okay. So we have two options. We have in-app extensibility and we have side-by-side extensibility. Okay. So when we talk about the in-app extensibility, it means the applications are already ready. Okay. And inside the applications, there are already a points given, and with the help of graphical user interface, okay, we can try to change the content of it. It can be a from front end side, it can be a from back end side. Okay, and it will be a minimum effort. Okay, and you can just try to change it. This is possible only when it supports in-app part of it. Okay, so if requirement is very small and we can check the extensions point, if it is feasible, we need to go with this one because the development time would be less. Okay, we can test quickly. Okay, and when this is not feasible, okay, it means something is not feasible with the in-app extensibility, we need to go with the side-by-side extensibility. Okay, so when we talk about the in-app, the custom Fiori application is deployed to S/4HANA. Custom business objects deployed to S/4HANA and others SAS, software as a service applications. Okay, and the points were already given. Extensions or hook points were already been provided. We need to check it out whether our extensions requirements will meet with the help of in-app. If yes, then only we can proceed with this one. If not, we need to go with the side-by-side extensibility. Okay, and when we talk about the side by side, okay, there are so many requirements even for in-app, right? When they talk about the custom Fiori applications deployed to S/4HANA, okay, let's say your applications are already there, okay, but client is coming with the completely new feature, okay, that you need to do the QR code scanning, and you need to process the some kind of approval process, and all these were not part of already applications. Okay, so those for those kind of native features, in-app extensibility will not support. Even it is part of the S/4HANA standard application that will not support. So what we can do, we can take the entire applications, okay, and we can go with the side by side. Okay, so whether to go with the in-app or side by side based on the requirement, the extension requirement. Okay, we can understand whether it will fall into in-app or side by side, and we can take a call on that. Okay, and when we need to use the side by side, when there is a custom development outside the applications to be extended for cloud services, third-party services integration, and cloud services from SAP. Okay, so in that case, we can go with the side by side. Is this clear, guys? We still have deep dive further, but this is in a nutshell. I'll take the random applications, okay, one more time. I'll take maybe this one, okay, sorry, it's already called extensibility, so it might have something. Okay, import sales order. Okay, so even if for import sales order, if we can see something, okay, the extensions are available for UI app. And when we go to, let's say, maybe you can help me with any kind of T code or something. See, like sales order, okay. So even if you see it is available version 2. Let me check another one. Process. For each one of them, they have provided some kind of application. For my inbox, it was a lot of, a detailing part were available. Okay. But not in all the case, they have provided all the detailed part of it. Okay. So what we can do, we can, open the applications. Okay. So even for this one, see, there are views, all the hook points, right? Extension points for views and extensions are already been given. But if you have noticed, right, for O data, they are not given. So this is what we have, in-app extensibility. Okay, sorry, my bad. Side-by-side extensibility. But before going to that, I know this would be a good point to explain you the in-app part and side-by-side extensibility. Okay, so these are the good diagrams what we have. Okay, so we have the S4HANA solutions. We have the see and applications are already there. Okay, so adopt the new user interface to slightly change inside the existing UI. Okay, custom analytics, exposing couple of more data. Probably we need to add couple of more field inside the existing O data and need to display to the screen. Okay, creation of forms and templates and add application logic. So if you are going to add couple of more fields to the existing OData service to bring to the applications. Okay, even in that case, you might need to write down couple of application logic. Okay, and add database and field objects. Okay, so all these portions is falling as part of inner extensibility. Okay, and when we talk about the side by side extensibility, okay, so if you need to create completely new requirement, okay, which is not going to be added or feasible to put it inside the existing one. Okay, so we can use try to leverage the existing application as much as we can do, but we might have to do a lot of changes inside the existing objects from the front end or back end side. When I say front end side, I mean the views controllers might need to be added completely or replaced or we may need to add couple of more views and controllers. Okay, and we can add the try to add the maybe couple of more different services from the BTP side of it. Let's say now we are having the requirement, when you try to scan it, the documents will be getting generated and that document needs to be printed. Okay, so even all this kind of requirement, if it is not there, in order to generate a document, we might need to use the Adobe service from the BTP side of it. So even all this kind of requirement where we need to use another service from the BTP, or even we might need to try to leverage any kind of services from the SAP API Hub. Even here, we have lot of services available by default. Okay, so this is just a page one. It contains around 12 APIs. Similar to that, we have 64 page. So we have lot of APIs which SAP is already created by default. So if we need to use the APIs, existing APIs from this one, or if we need to, use any kind of third-party APIs, or if we need to use any kind of API, if we need to use any kind of API from the BTP side. So any BTP APIs or third-party APIs or any APIs from the API Hub, right? Any kind of such kind of integrations will definitely require side-by-side extensibility. When they go with the IoT big data, generally, IoT big data have not seen that it is part of the existing applications. Okay, so we definitely need to go with the side by side when we talk about the data science and intelligence, right? When you need to use the machine learning, right? So all these kind of things, even the data marts and analytics, even the SAC, right? So all these kind of features we would like to enable for some reason, for some business requirements. Okay, in that case, we have to go with the side by side extensibility. There is no other options. We have it. Okay, so this is the main diagram what we have it, and even we can discuss this diagram. If it is not clear, I'll take a pause and I need confirmation. This you understand it. When we need to go with the in-app extensibility and when can we go with the side-by-side extensibility. Okay, I'll ping this link. to the chat also, and it's a really good one. Coming back to the good question, what kind of user interface SAP provides for the in-app extensibility? Okay, so this is what we have it. When we log into this one, right, it provides us the custom fields and logic, custom business objects, custom CDS views, custom catalog extensions, extensibility cockpit, extensibility inventory, and custom communication scenario. Okay, so there are different applications SAP has already developed. Okay, which we can check it out. When you click on it, okay, it will help us for the custom field and logic part of it, custom business objects. If you want to change the existing CDS one, okay, so with the help of this one we can do that. So even in order to change the application, whatever changes you need to do in your objects, even those objects can be changed with this application. So that is the idea of this application. So that kind of flexibility SAP is trying to provide as part of the in-app extensibility. Okay, and what are the tasks we can do with this part of it? Easily define custom extensions, adapt and change the standard UIs. Okay, develop the above coding with the embedded editor, replicate the data in BTP. Lifecycle management can be done within the framework itself. Okay, and automatically creates the standard DDIC database data dictionary structures, CDS views, OData services, and Fiori UIs. Okay, so that is the benefit what we have for the extensibility cockpit. And if I go with the side by side, okay, it is the same diagram what we have it. Last time this was highlighted, now this is highlighted what we already discussed. Okay, and see, side by side can have anything. Okay, so if you can change UI completely, you can change the backend completely. Okay, and you might also introduce the new uh, intermediate layer for the processing or to connect with the other system also. Okay, so this is what we have as part of SAP. And you can also change the Fiori applications user interface. You can also change the OData services. You can also try to have a completely different API, maybe third-party API something, and you can connect with the OData and you can connect with the database table and you can have a jumbling pieces. So all this kind of possibilities there, which we can try to do. Okay, and so what are the benefits of it? It is decoupled from the core applications. Okay, so core applications will be as intact as it can be. Okay, integrations happens with the API events and the replication services. Okay, so depending on what you are trying to change it, this will be different. The lifecycle management of existing applications can be independent of the SAP applications. Okay, because if you are trying to create the existing part of it, okay, sorry, if you are trying to create something from scratch, okay, let's say you are just trying to replace the OData services. Okay, in that case, the new OData services, it will be completely different. Okay, the existing one will be completely different. So you need to manage the both this application's governance. It combines of UI plus backend, and even the new backend services even needs to be managed properly. Okay, so if it is talking about the data service, it has to go to the dev quality production, and we need to write down that this particular application is being used by two different data services, and we need to manage both. Okay, even if you are trying to leverage any kind of third-party API, okay, so even that API will have its own life cycle based on the changes what you have made it. Okay, and if you are trying to create a wrapper of it, let's say if you want to extend the SAP success factor, okay, so you need to consume the standard OTS services of the existing success factor instance what we have it, and on top of it, in order to bring the data to your applications, you have to transform your data from the standard content to the customized content. Okay, so even for that one, you need to create a wrapper around it, and that wrapper will be sitting inside the BTP, and we also need to maintain manage the governance of entire the new wrapper what we have created, and we need to manage it out. Okay, so that is what this line is saying. The life cycle of extension applications, it can be existing one, it can be a new whatever we have created it. Okay, it is independent from one of another application. Okay, and the two applications run on a separate application stack. And when they say two application, it does not necessarily that there will be two front-end application. It can be a one application, but the one application with a standard, one with the even the service is there, right? That whatever we are deploying it to BTP, it is a different object, and both the objects are different in nature that needs to be managed in life cycle, and they might have a different application stacks also. Okay, so even we talked about the hybrid scenario. I think I already given the examples of it. So this is the crux of it about the in-app extensibility and the side-by-side extensibility. Fine, I'll just showcase you. Here they're just trying to give an option. Okay, start exercising. I need to do that, but they will ask me to register it. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of the SAP Business Technology Platform, BTP, in the context of SAP Fiori? Option A, used to host and run traditional SAP applications. Option B, infrastructure for building and deploying SAP Fiori applications. Option C, separate platform that has no integration with SAP Fiori. Option D, used for data storage and management in SAP Fiori applications. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Okay, now let's just try to avoid this part. Even this will okay. Okay, so here they already provided the exercises probably which we can try it out. If I'm going to do that, it will take some time because it will ask me to do the step by step. I just wanted to showcase you how we can quickly change it, but I think they changed some UI of it. So let's try to go back here, building side by side extensions. What we have, so we can connect. Okay, with the different APIs, we can connect it with the different endpoints. We can connect with the different channels. Okay, and we can deploy and operate. Okay, connecting to on-premise cloud systems and even SAP, non-SAP, anything we can connect. Endpoint means if we can also try to leverage the existing endpoints or create the wrapper around it. We can connect with the success factor wrapper. Okay, and we can connect to success factor. We can try to leverage of existing API hub. Okay, we can try to leverage the any kind of BTP services what we have it. Okay, and we can have the new endpoints. Okay, to create a new endpoint, and we can connect with the existing applications and take it forward and add channels in your existing application if you'd like to use it maybe differently, right? Web, mobile, conversational, we can try to do that. So even in your existing Fiori application, if you would like to have the chatbots, okay, even it's called a different channel and which we can take it forward. Okay, so this is a diagram what we have in general. Okay, it's a bit blurry, but yeah, this is what we have it. Okay, and they'll just mention, right, the endpoints, what are the services we have it, what we can do that for building part of it, what is the ad channels, the mobile SDKs, a conversational AI, and the from web part, the UI5 and Fiori elements, and for deployment part, all kind of runtimes we have it. This is the CI/CD what we have it, which will help us to migrate the code from one environment to another environment, the sub account of it. and how we are going to deploy the applications on the work zone and the Fiori Launchpad and the portal service what we have it. Okay, and the main tools what we have on Business Application Studio, and for ABAP development tools for ABAP coding, okay, we can try to also try to leverage the Eclipse. Okay, and yeah, so if you look at the, yeah, I think I missed, yeah, here we already highlighted SAP API Hub, right? This is what we discussed. SAP Cloud Platform integrations. Okay, so if you would like to connect your existing applications with any kind of third-party applications, okay, I'm talking about applications to application connectivity. Okay, let's say the data is coming created in Salesforce system, and the data has to be transmitted to the from Salesforce to SAP BTP. So with the help of CPI, which we can try to leverage it out, and if we can make it around. Okay, so connectivity cloud connector, CPI part of it, cloud data integrations, SAP API Hub, the enterprise messaging. This is what we have on a high level. Okay, why do we need cloud connector, guys? Correct. Okay, so in order to bring your application data, okay, if you need to bring it from any kind of on-premise system, it can be ECC, it can be S/4HANA. So Cloud Connector will help us to create a secure tunnel, okay, secure encrypted tunnel between the BTP and your gateway systems. Okay, so in a nutshell, you have one application, the Fiori applications. Okay, and if you'd like to get the data or maybe any kind of create, update, delete, read operations from your on-premise systems, we need to have cloud connector configured, and then the data will be transmitted from your on-premise to BTP. Okay, so that is the reason we need cloud connector. Integration suite, which we checked yesterday. SAP API Hub, we have all kind of standard APIs available. I'll take a minute here. Okay, so here we have all the products. Okay, let me see. I'll click on the Ariba. Okay, so all these products, all these APIs are available. Here. So all these APIs are available for Ariba. Okay. Likewise, I can go to any of my product. Okay, S/4HANA. If I have cloud, I can go to the cloud. I can click on API. I can click on all. Okay, and all these APIs are available. Okay. I can also go to SuccessFactors APIs all. Okay. So all the details will be available. Whether that detail API is SOAP-based API, it's OData, V2, V4, or it's the REST-based API, what kind of things we have it, we can get all this kind of information. Okay, so these are the readily available APIs, which is just require plug and play in cases of standard process we need to follow if you are following. Okay, SAP API, SAP Graph, what do we have it? So this is what we have it. Okay, does anybody know about this part? SAP Graph, just on a high level. Okay, fine. With this help example, I'll just try to showcase you. Okay, see, SAP Graph, everything is connected with something. Okay, so these are all our nodes what we have it. This node is connected with this node is connected with a lot of other nodes, and one node is connected with this one, this node is connected with this one. So it's a connectivity. Okay, when we talk about the database, right? So we have a database, we are linking with the primary keys and foreign keys. Okay, but this data inside the graph, it is stored as part of connectivity itself. Okay, and it will go node by node. Okay, so from this node, if you want to go to this node, the traverse, the commuting, okay, the response time is much more faster because the way it's been designed, it's completely different from this one. Okay, just to make it simplify, right? So customer, we have ID. Okay, here we have sales quote. Okay, and these items. Okay, so if you see, right? Okay, I can see the same thing what we have it our in a normal traditional any kind of database. Okay, this is a foreign key, this is a relationship what we have, this from this one we have product, we have from product we have going here. Okay, but this in our standard process or traditional part of it, all these are a different tables. Okay, and we have maintained the data differently. But when we talk about the graph, okay, the data itself has been stored as a data and the relationship to the next node of it. Okay, so when you have huge amount of data, okay, very huge amount of data, and when you want to drill down further, okay, so this is the graph is the best examples, okay, in order to improve the performance of your applications. Okay, but believe me, it is not as straightforward as it looks. Okay, but yeah, it is really good in couple of use cases, but in all the use cases, based on the use cases, it will fit, whether we need to go with the graph or not. But the representation and the use case of it, it has to be specific. But it's a great use case. I personally like it. Okay, SAP is late in this particular feature also, but probably last 2 to 3 years they have been engaging very good manner. So basically the way they store the data, okay, and the connectivity with the one node to another one, that is how they stored it. Okay, so when you want to navigate, let's say I'm just trying to put on a world map. Okay, one world map, I'm clicking on United States. Okay, then I'm clicking on maybe on New York. Okay, and then New York, I'm just clicking on to, if I'm getting a lot of options like hospitals or maybe something, airports, or maybe something historical monuments. Okay, so if I want to navigate quickly and far first, right, in that case it would really help me to navigate in this manner. Okay, because when we talk about, let's say this is a okay, this is SF of San Francisco, we have it. Okay, we have JFK here. Okay, so I think this is a, oh, okay, it's a country, city. Okay, airport names are already there. Okay, so when you drill down further, okay, when you click on the San Francisco, all the joining points, whatever the objects which are linking with the San Francisco, okay, it has already been there. You just need to click on the, maybe you click on the airport, okay, you can click on historical places, you can click on something else. Okay, all this linking is already there. You just click on it, and sorry, my bad, I should not click on it. Yeah, but the associated nodes which are already been stored in a such a way, the database has been, its graph is very different from the traditional database, and it will traverse in a different manner. Okay, so it is will be a bit out of the topic, but yeah, it's just SAP graph and the enterprise messaging. So when you want to have certain events completed, or events to be started, we can also use the enterprise messaging part of it. Okay, so this is the connectivity what we have it. Okay, so for remote services, okay, let's say we are using Northwind API, which is on cloud itself, which is on internet itself. We can directly connect with the destination. We can create the destination, and which we can try to leverage to the inside the BTP part of it. But if we have any kind of SAP on-premise system, ECC S/4HANA, okay, in that case we must have the cloud connector configured. Cloud connector will configure with the BTP. And inside the BTP, we need to create the destinations, and in our applications, we can connect with our OData API with the given destination. Okay, so destination creation also we are going to see maybe on Monday. Okay, so I think we can skip this part anyway. Our connectivity service, the cloud connector part, which we are going to see on Monday. Okay, cloud to on-premise connections. Okay, and on-premise to cloud connections, we have it. I think we can see all this part on Monday itself. Just for a glimpse of it, I can try to showcase you. Okay, anyway, we are going to have detailed part of on. This is the cloud connector we have it. It's a different portal what we have, and we need to install the one of the small software. okay, the package on our system, and we can configure the accounts, and we can configure the cloud to on-premise and on-premise to cloud. So fine. We are going to showcase the cloud connector in detail.
Hey there, ready to level up your skills in managing supplies? Our SAP Fiori with BTP course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP Fiori, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply planning and logistics. From ensuring sufficient product availability to smooth transportation, we've got you covered. From the basics to advanced techniques, our course has it all. Crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to guide you every step of the way and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This fantastic learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP Fiori with BTP. Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.